Yes, it is that time. Captain's Cast on a Sunday. We got lots to talk about. No, I'm still not paying you, Mr. Producer, to get out of my ear. Got a show to do. People are here. Ahoy! Welcome to the Captain's Cast on the Swords and Starships channel. I am your host, Captain Garrett. And we have to talk about Hot D, House of the Dragon. Episode 1, Son for a Son. I have a lot of thoughts about this. You're going to want to hear them. This is a very controversial episode for many reasons. We have, I talk a lot about save the cat. Well, do not kick the dog. Because, holy cow, people are not happy about that, including yours truly. I do not... Well, I should rephrase. I didn't like it in the world. I'm not critiquing it as a creative choice. We'll get into it. But I'll just say one thing to tease my feelings about House of the Dragon. Thank God that I can watch something made by adults. Sapient humans. With a functioning, level of, neuroactivity. It's refreshing. It's highly refreshing. And there's more Acolyte cringe. Man, this is the show. This is the show that it will not give up the ghost. I mean, it's fascinating. When the Marvels came out, and the Marvels was this giant bomb, it just failed. There was the usual round of Access Media about, people just don't like strong women. But the funny thing is, Disney and the creatives and Marvel, they all just sort of were quietly moving on. They were let's just let this get through. It was mostly just the media for a couple of anemic articles, but mostly they just wanted it to go away. Acolyte, on the other hand, they will not give it up. We've got Amandla Stenberg out there with her stunning and brave dance video. You have been challenged, fans. You fans don't like my show? Well, dance, fans. It's a dance-off, and you're gonna lose. They won't give it up, man. They just want to keep going. They want to defend they are gonna die on this hill, folks. They want to die on this hill. It's amazing. I kind of love it. I kind of respect it in a weird way. Going down with the ship. That's a nautical tradition. Captain is a nautical man. I do respect that from a certain point of view. And, we got other stuff in the stack of... Mr. Producer, do we have other stuff in the stack of stuff? One or two things. But this is mostly House of the Dragon versus Acolyte. So we'll have some fun with both. What do you say, chat? You want to do that? Pull up a chair. We're live on YouTube, Rumble, and X, formerly Twitter. And if you feel so inclined, kick off your viewership, even if you're just lurking, with a quick like. Hit that like button. It helps us expand the audience. And if you don't like the stream, put in the comments what you think the captain could do better. Which probably just means have you ever seen that movie, Employee of the Month, with Dane Cook? And they have an employee suggestion box, and they always make a big deal. The middle management guy's like, okay, let's see what's in the suggestion box. We're so excited for all the great feedback from our customers. And every time they open it, there's only one note in there, and it always just says shitter's clogged. That's probably what I'm inviting. It's you think? No, I'm just kidding. Ahoy! Fu Man Blue is in the chat. Says, hail, you fatherless bastards. A bit redundant, but the captain will allow it. Ahoy, Fu Man Blue! How are you? A founding member of the Swords and Starships Fellowship is Fu Man Blue, and Master at Arms aboard this vessel. Starfury is in the chat. Starfury saying evening, because it is evening across the pond in the old isles. Starfury would be our master gunner. And that's for good reason, folks. Stormcrow is in the chat. Stormcrow says, a son for a son with a little rat and cheese emoji. Yes, we are going to talk about that. I have we'll start a little spoiler free, and then we'll just dig into it. And I have a lot of thoughts about this ending. Very complicated thoughts, feelings about this ending, and I have a very complicated fan relationship with the whole Game of Thrones universe. It's probably the most complicated fan relationship I have with anything that I like. Because I think it's fair to say the terrible ending of Game of Thrones, the series notwithstanding, George R. R. Martin's amateurish refusal to get his novels done and finish what he started, notwithstanding, I generally like, if not sometimes love, the Game of Thrones universe and everything that's going on. I think there's so many brilliant elements to it, and at a basic level, it's always pretty good storytelling for the most part. However, it's a complicated relationship, okay? So we'll get into it. Starfury with a £2 sterling super chat to kick off the night. Starfury, you make an impossible request, sir. You request to see the captain drink from a sippy cup. No such cup exists. The captain has only this athletic, elite athlete's water bottle for high performance, fitness, and exercise. This is not a sippy cup. So I cannot acquiesce to your request, sir. I simply cannot. Thank you very much, Starfury. Your dutiful service to the channel continues to be noted, sir. As is yours, Fu Man Blue. So I'm channeling a little bit of British nautical movies. Starfury says, "Hail everyone. Anthony Timmons is in the chat." Says ahoy. Ahoy! Welcome aboard. Starfury says, who thought someone could top the Imagine COVID video by Gal Gadot and friends, but Amandla did it? Oh, I don't know. I don't know, Starfury. You put too many vowels in her name, by the way. It's DLA because that's how original her name is. Anyway, I don't know if anything. That is literally that Koof video with Gal Gadot and all the actors. Imagine all the people singing to us while they and their worldview and all the people they've colluded with to lock us in our houses and let them eat cake, let them eat DoorDash, you know? They're serenading us with their sick propaganda. Oh my God, no. That is, there's nothing ever going to top that. I don't think anything will ever top that. Never. But I will agree that Amandla Stenberg and her interesting and creative response to fan backlash. It's always backlash when it's we don't like your shit. It's never backlash when they go find something they don't care about, like Berserk or One Piece or Warhammer 40,000 or the Wheel of Time. When they go find that, Lord of the Rings, and they tell us that there's a problem with it. Oh, Professor Tolkien, he was a Catholic. That's very problematic. He was a patriarch, and this has to stop. And it's like, who are you? Like, what do you even want? What are you doing here? Get out. It's our fandom. You don't have to read Professor Tolkien's work. No, that's never backlash. That's never backlash. That's just a concerned activist righting injustices. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous stuff, you know? You've upset me, sir. No, I'm just kidding. but no, it's not quite that cringe, but it's up there. It's up there, Starfury. In fact, I would say, because this is her response, right? Do I have it? I think I have it. Oh, come on. Oh wait, no, I'm sharing the wrong thing. You've got to do video file. Hopefully this doesn't crash the stream. Here we go. Oh no! Oh no! This is incredible. If you don't know, this is Amandla Stenberg's Instagram video responding to the criticism that the racist, bigoted backlash to and what is the backlash to? Need I remind us all?
The power of one, the power of two, the power of many.
Yes, and we're bigots. And so she had this to say, and I must tell you, we got served, folks. Oh my god. The lack of self-awareness. Folks, listen. I think, look, I am, whether I like it or not, on a platform attempting to build an audience, and I thank you for watching. But a modicum of responsibility belongs to me to be ethical in how I conduct myself. And so I must be honest when I say that, generally speaking, when I say that these are stupid people that create things like The Marvels and Secret Invasion and Ahsoka and Mandalorian Season 3 and She-Hulk and Velma and just right down the line, Blue Beetle, every one of these things, every one of these trash fires. When I say they're stupid people, I'm speaking somewhat facetiously. You know, I'm not entirely serious. I'm joking. I'm having a little bit of fun at their expense. I mean, yes, there are probably, let's just face it, some fairly low IQ people involved in these projects. I mean, that just has to be the case. But there's other explanations: corporate committee writing, DEI hires that don't really care about the story. They just want to push their ideology, so they're not really marketing people making bad recommendations. Stupid corporate goons. Well, I guess I just said stupid, but let's just say cynical corporate goons who believe, what BlackRock is telling them about how DEI is the way of the future. And so there's probably a lot of reasons, and plain old just boring use of old tropes, such as the girl boss. The girl is the key to everything. It's just a trope. It gets recycled. So there are a range of explanations for how we get what we get. Right? I like to just sum it up by saying these are stupid people who eat glue. That would be the creatives, the writers. I'm mostly speaking of the writers. The writers, directors, and producers. Those are mostly who I'm referring to. Actors generally are exempt from that because actors don't need to be intelligent to do their job. They just have to be good at pretending to be intelligent. That's all they have to do. So if they're doing that well, I consider it job done. However, an intelligent actor can elevate the material. They can make it even better than it is. Ray Stevenson, for example, in the show Ahsoka. The guy has lines that amount to nothing. Nothing, right? But he's such a damn good actor, he elevates. In fact, he's the villain that would be Ray Stevenson. He's the villain in RRR, which is a brilliant film, and I love it. However, one of my criticisms of the film is that the character of the governor that he plays is a bit one-dimensional. He's kind of just a mustache-twirling villain who just is pure sadism. And but on the other hand, it actually kind of works. He's sort of like Colonel Tavington in The Patriot, who also is a pretty mustache-twirling, pure evil villain. But it kind of works, right? Because sometimes you do just want a bad guy. You just want a bad guy that says something like, it's an ugly thing doing one's business. However, every now and then, it's a real pleasure. It's like, oh, you evil, odious bounds. He's talking about killing Benjamin Martin's boys. He did his. Well, look what he did to his boys. What was I saying? Anyway, that being said, while I am often being facetious when I say these are stupid people that eat glue, every now and then something like this comes along, and folks, you tell me if I'm overstating the case. Oh my God! I better check. You know what? They've been copyright claiming the hell out of this, so I gotta be careful here. I gotta watch the feed. Oh my! What is that? Get that, Mr. Producer. That will do. Thank you, Mr. Producer. Good God!
Don't fuck with your discourse. I was talking to Trevor the King.
She's just. What is she doing? Like, that's not even good singing. That's not even good rapping. What is that? But this is the thing I love about it. She is so in love with her own face. She really is. By the way, how's my angle? Well, yeah. Anyway, they have no self-awareness. The more cringe they are, the less awareness they have. That's actually, honestly, my experience of all these shows, like Ahsoka, Secret Invasion. You hear the way they talk about these projects. Echo is another good example. Folks, they don't understand how ridiculous these shows look, sound, feel. They don't understand how absurd the plots are. That's why, on one level, it kind of makes sense that they attribute it all to just racism and bigotry. What else could it be? We are geniuses. This is a masterpiece. These were stunning and brave, beautiful women in this witch coven. Obviously, everyone loved it, because who wouldn't? Therefore, this just must be a bunch of, gun-toting white supremacists who just love Star Wars. I have a feeling that the kind of people that really would go, to like a Klan rally or something, if such things still existed in any real capacity. Meeting, I think, would be a better word. I don't think that those would be, like, Star Wars nerds that are going to, like, conventions. You see what I'm saying? I don't feel like those are Star Wars people to begin with. Anyone who is weirdly obsessed with identity politics, whether it's the white supremacist crowd or these wackos, I don't think these are not the kind of people that are nerds. Those are people that have issues, is what those people are. Nerds, and it's so poisoned, the language, but when I say this, I mean small d diversity. Nerds are the original fans of diversity. And I don't mean diversity, the movement. I don't mean diversity, the identity politics, wacko stuff. I mean just the actual state of something existing in a diverse state. That is the diversity of a Dungeons and Dragons party. You have an elf thief, you have the tiefling bard, you have the human warrior, and then you have the orc joining the party. And that is a diverse party. We nerds, the diversity of Captain James T. Kirk's crew. He has his first officer is a half Vulcan, who only believes in logic and no emotion. You have Kirk, who's a man of sort of passion, but also intelligence. And then you have McCoy, right, who is a spirited and passionate feeling man, right? And you have these three arguing and building bridges. We nerds love that stuff. It's the wackos that don't. Anyway, and so back to you, chat. Back to you, chat. I went on kind of a rant there. Where were we? Yes, Anthony, Ray Stevenson was good in Accident. Well, I haven't seen Accident Man. I read that too soon. Ray Stevenson was good in Accident Man. I'll have to check that out. Absolutely, Fu Man Blue. There should be a seizure warning before that video. It's so that is so embarrassing. Oh God, by the way, that's my experience of The Acolyte. That's how I feel when I'm watching it. I feel exactly the same way as I'm watching. I'm like, oh, dude, this last episode, episode 4 of The Acolyte, I think it's worse than episode 3 from a pure writing perspective. It is unbelievable. It's unbelievable. The protagonist, no, the chief antagonist, at the drop of a hat, totally reverses her morality and abandons her entire mission, which we do not even fully understand why she's on this mission to begin with, because we don't understand the history of her and this master. Like, none of that's been set up. So without any setup of her original mission, without any additional setup, she completely abandons her mission, and now she's going to be a good guy. I'm like, who could... I said it in my review of the first episode. She is absolutely going to be the hero of this story by the end. That would be May. It's so bad. It's unbelievable. That one thing alone was like, way to tell me that you don't know how to write a story at all. In fact, I'm going to show you something here in just a second. Darth Loverboy Turned Loose is in the chat. I bet the whole song was made by AI, including vocal. It does kind of have that theme, that sound to it, doesn't it? Staffjere says, she stole her lyrics from a 4-year-old autistic child that has dyslexia. I think that is unfair to people that are autistic and have dyslexia, Staffjere. Yeah, I think that's too harsh. It's too harsh. Cough button. Anthony Timmons says they believe in diversity, not diversity of thought. Right. Every claim that the identity politics wackos make is really a backhanded way of tearing something down. That's what this is always about. It is never about creating something new. Because do you notice how whenever they create something new, what are we about to be treated to? Whether it's Snow White and the 7 magical people, whether it's Willow, whether it's The Witcher, anytime they're about to create something new, we're about to be treated to them. That would be the actors, directors, writers, these glue-sniffing morons, okay? We're about to be treated to them tearing down what preceded it. We're about to hear them tearing down the source material. We're going to hear them tearing down the original authors of the creative works. Sometimes including Walt Disney himself. You know, it's like, well, yes, the Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs was made in the 1930s, and very evidently so. And we get the actress who plays Disa, who's been prescribed Lizzo, clearly. The actress who plays Disa talking about how excited she is to finally be the first dwarf of color in a Lord of the Rings work. It's not Lord of the Rings. And how we are expanding the fan base and we're bringing in more people, which is another way of saying Professor Tolkien's work is problematic. It's disgusting. It's racist. It's too Christian. It's evil. And something was wrong. Something was wrong with the fans all along. Dude, I cannot believe how much tearing down of the original Star Wars trilogy I have been hearing in these last few weeks. These wacko shills defending the Acolyte, they are, the mask is off, folks. They are going after all of the original Star Wars content. Oh, well, this doesn't destroy Anakin. That was a stupid story anyway. Star Wars is for kids. And just all these old, tired arguments that they're trotting out because that's what this movement is about. It is about destroying something that someone else built, that these wackos are jealous of. Jealous of. And we ain't going to let him get away with it. Starfury says, Captain, how dare you critique Headlamp? That would be Leslie Headlamp's masterpiece, you bigot. I know. It's far be it for me. Now, I want to show you something, my dear chat, regarding the Acolyte. We're going to swerve back into House of the Dragon momentarily. But I was just having fun when I was preparing the stack of stuff and getting ready for the stream. These titles of the Acolyte episodes they're the dumbest titles I've ever seen. Since the Dial of Destiny. These are the dumbest titles I've ever seen, right? Hang on, let me see if I can grab this for you. The Acolyte. The Acolyte. Yes. I'm so excited I'm typing too fast and I'm making mistakes. Yeah, there we go. Episode guide. Perfect. Episode guide. Show me the episodes. There you go. Thank you. All right, share screen. Present. Here we go. All right, check this out. We've got episode 1, which they do not list the title. Thank you. That's very helpful. It's like Revenge/Justice. Episode 2 was something. Damn it! Why can't you just give me the episode guide? The Acolyte, Wikipedia. They'll have it. There we go. All right, here's the titles. Oh, that's right. Lost/Found, second episode, Revenge/Justice. Now, I'm thinking that, okay, we're going with multiple choice, right? we're going with multiple choice titles that themselves are not the... Think of this, folks. They're just stating the most obvious description of what's happening in the episode. Revenge and Justice. Dial of Destiny. Because we could never call it something like the Archimedes dial or something like that. Because audiences are too stupid to understand what that means. Why have they suddenly abandoned this? They've suddenly abandoned... Now the episode 3, Destiny. Destiny. Wow. I've never thought of that as a title for anything. Have you? Episode 4. Come on. Day. It's you know they titled this. They don't even use Chat GPT for this. I'm going to prove it to you in just a second. This is not Chat GPT. It's worse. This is writing titles by Manatee. If you've never seen the South Park episode about how Family Guy does jokes, manatees in a tank go and grab balls that have words on them. And they put the balls in this little ball dispenser, and the balls display whatever the title is. Manatees with balls is how they title things in this. This is by Manatee, okay? Now, I'm telling you, even ChatGPT is smarter than this, folks. I'm going to prove it to you right now because I went investigating. I said, ChatGPT, can you show me some titles? I'm going to show you this, okay? This is what I did with ChatGPT before the stream, okay? This is me here, okay? This is my ChatGPT prompt. Act as a Star Wars writer, coming up with a new show set in the Star Wars universe. The new show will take place 1,000 years before the events of Episode 1, The Phantom Menace, and feature an ancient battle between the Jedi and a Sith witch. I just put in Sith witch because close enough. Give me the names of all 8 episodes in Season 1. That was my prompt. Are you ready to see what ChatGPT came up with on the first try? This actually kind of blew me away, to be quite honest with you. ChatGPT, Season 1 episode titles. Title of the series is Star Wars Chronicles of the Old Republic, which, I grant you, is a very ChatGPT title. That's pretty obvious. Chronicles of the Old Republic. It's pretty boring, actually. That's a pretty boring title. But here's the episode titles. Episode 1, Shadows of Dathomir. Well, that tracks. That tracks, right? That's sort of like, oh, this is definitely a Dave Filoni show at this point. And it even, I haven't read all these, by the way. It even gives you a plot summary, which I did not ask for. Let's see if it's more interesting than what we have with the Acolyte. Episode 1. The Jedi Council discovers disturbing Sith activity on the remote planet of Dathomir, leading to an ancient prophecy foretelling the return of a powerful Sith witch. Meh, not bad. I think you could work with that. Episode 2. The Jedi Enclave. That's not bad. The Jedi Enclave. Jedi Master Voss and it named a character for us, and his apprentice investigate the ruins of an ancient Jedi enclave, seeking clues about the Sith Witch's origins and her dark powers. Do you know what? You know what? Actually, this would already have in the first 2 episodes that Acolyte never had, even in the first scene. Mystery. A mystery to solve. Episode 3: Secrets of Korriban. The Jedi infiltrate the Sith homeworld of Korriban to uncover forbidden Sith rituals and artifacts that could turn the tide of the looming conflict. Now, this is the first point where I'm like, now this is pretty interesting. There's a power struggle, and they're going to infiltrate a Sith homeworld. That could be a great episode, folks. I can picture a pretty banger episode. Like a literal heist with a dangerous cat and mouse game on a Sith planet, and then just escaping by the skin of your teeth. That could be a really great episode. Nice job, Chat GPT. Episode 4: Blood Moon Rising. But that's pretty close to something Leslie Headlamp would maybe come up with. Still, Blood Moon Rising. As tensions escalate, the Sith Witch unleashes her dark magic, causing a lunar eclipse that empowers her followers and threatens nearby star systems. Wow, that introduces something else that the Acolyte does not have in 4 episodes. Stakes! Stakes! There are star systems at stake. That's pretty interesting. Again, folks, this is the result I got with one prompt in Chat GPT. Episode 5, The Siege of Tython. I like that title, actually. That's a good title. The Siege of Tython. The Sith launch a surprise attack. What? A surprise attack? That sounds like something interesting happening on the Jedi Sacred Temple world of Tython, forcing it's retaliation for their infiltration of Korriban, their home world. In this, theoretical synopsis, the Sith launch a surprise attack on the Jedi Sacred Temple world of Tython, forcing the Jedi Order to defend their ancient stronghold against overwhelming odds. Episode 6, Veil of Darkness. Amidst the chaos, Jedi Knight Rael must confront his inner demons while seeking an alliance with the mysterious Night Sisters to uncover the Sith Witch's vulnerability. Episode 7, Betrayal on Ossus. A traitor within the Jedi ranks jeopardizes their plans. Well, now look at that! Look at that! A dark turn. The traitor within the Jedi ranks jeopardizes their plans, leading to a devastating betrayal and maybe a character death on the planet Ossus, where ancient Jedi knowledge hangs in the balance, which is what the Sith are after, so that they can return. Right now, I would probably move this to 2,000 years before Episode 1, because that way it wouldn't interfere with canon, but, I was in a hurry. Episode 8, the final episode, the season finale, Redemption on Ilum. In a climactic showdown on the frozen world of Ilum, Jedi and Sith clash in a battle that will determine the fate of the galaxy and the legacy of the ancient Sith Witch. It almost kind of sounds like The Mummy. It almost kind of sounds like the Mummy storyline, but with the Jedi, which ain't bad. Each episode delves into the ancient lore of the Jedi and Sith, exploring themes of betrayal, redemption, and the eternal struggle between light and darkness in the Star Wars universe. Again, generic. And then I said, hey, give me 8 more names, but 1 word each, right? Ascension, Cataclysm, Eclipse, Revelation, Legacy, Tempest, Abyss, and I kind of like this final title, if it were going to be this hypothetical, Renegade, for the season finale. Folks, I don't know about you, but ChatGPT just beat the crap out of Lesbian Headlamp. Like, just absolutely spanked her in the creativity department. That's for you, ChatGPT. You're a better writer than these idiots. Do you know what's kind of incredible about that is and look, I ChatGPT is kind of it kind of goes around the internet pilfering things, so I wouldn't be surprised if it like plagiarized a thing or two in there somewhere. But it did build a series arc right? It built an arc. It starts out with, oh, we're investigating this Sith mystery. We infiltrate the Sith planet. That causes the Sith to retaliate and attack our home world. We have this desperate battle of attrition. Then there's a traitor in their midst who turns on them. We get a character death. I kind of added that myself because I think that would make sense in the 7th episode. And then we end with a climactic battle at which the fate of the Jedi Order and the galaxy is at stake. That's pretty good, I have to say. That's decent. And there's one Sith witch who is kind of like Imhotep, or I think that's Imhotep, right? Or I think it's Imhotep in The Mummy. That kind of is this overarching figure that is weaving some kind of magic that's going to imperil the galaxy. That's a pretty solid story. I think that works pretty well. It's almost a kind of monster in the house story for the Jedi, which could really work. So there you go. But notice how the titles are already 1,000 times more interesting than anything in the Acolyte. Truly pathetic. Truly pathetic work on this Acolyte show. I
don't hear your discourse.
Anthony Timmons says, in many ways, the Shills are even worse than the morons that work for Disney. I don't know. I don't know if I consider the Shills worse. I consider them pathetic. I do consider them that. To the extent that they are using this narrative about racism and bigotry, I consider that pathetic. Pathetic. However, some of them, I think, are well-meaning, but just useful idiots. Neutron Pack is in the chat and says, Acolyte trying too hard to make everything in the show special. From lesbian mothers, twins, and being born by the Force. That's an excellent point, Neutron Pack. That is precisely the problem with the girl who's the key to everything trope that's been so overused, is that you are investing way too much in a single character while also creating all this other stuff, right? So there's a concept that Blake Snyder explains in his fantastic book, the Save the Cat. And the concept is, it's a little rule of storytelling that, you don't want to break if you can avoid it, which is double mumbo jumbo, which is you have an element of your story that requires massive suspension of disbelief. If you introduce multiple separate elements like that have separate origins and are unrelated to each other, you create double mumbo jumbo, which makes it difficult to buy into your story. And it's a real deal breaker. It causes, anytime you see a fantasy story, I argue that the movie Barbie suffers from this problem of double mumbo jumbo. Why? Well, because if you compare the film Barbie to the film Elf, you can see the problem. In Elf, there is one element of mumbo jumbo, which is there is a North Pole with Santa and the elves, and what's Will Ferrell's character's name in that movie? Is it Billy? I can't remember. Anyway, Will Ferrell's character is a human who has found himself adopted by the elves in the North Pole, and he lives in this magical fantasy world. That's mumbo jumbo. But when he leaves the North Pole, he enters the real world of New York and Manhattan, and he meets his real father, who is a very, typical kind of like high-powered executive on Wall Street. And that's all the real world, right? So that works. In Barbie, it's almost the identical thing. Barbie lives in the magical Barbie land, and she is connected somehow to the girl in the real world who is playing with her. That is one element of mumbo jumbo, which I would argue at the beginning of the movie actually works really well. And I was kind of enjoying it in the first 30 minutes of the film. I was like, this actually kind of has potential. I'm kind of enjoying this magical land and this idea. The problem begins when she leaves the world of the Barbies. She enters the world of, it's supposed to be the real world. She enters the world of Mattel. Mattel is a second fantasy land within the real world, because everything inside that building is magical and is nonsense and makes no sense. Right down to, again, Will Ferrell shows up as the bizarre, crazy cartoon character CEO of Mattel. That's a second piece of mumbo jumbo in the same film, and it breaks the world because now I don't understand what's real and what's not. I'm confused. I thought she was a doll who exited the doll world and was now in the real world, but it turns out the real world is also a fantasy world. That's the problem with the film. So you make a great point that the Acolyte is stuffing so much mumbo jumbo into this story all the time that it's just painful. It's painful to watch. Neutron Pack says, like if you're making a meal, you put all rare ingredients in it and then 100% the most disgusting thing ever. Exactly. That's also the problem with double mumbo jumbo, or in this case, triple quadruple mumbo jumbo, is that it's too much. It's too rich, right? Anthony Timmons says, by the way, the Acolyte Rotten Tomato score is now 13%. You know, we need to pop over there and check that out. Where is my... Let me grab this real quick. Add this to the stage. Rotten Tomatoes. Let's check it out, shall we? Come on, it's got to be up here still. The Acolyte! The Acolyte! It's... you're gonna make me search for it? Yes. They're literally gonna make me go get it. It doesn't... What a bizarre search engine. It doesn't even come up at the top of the search engine. There it is. I got it. Let's check it out. They do not want you to see this. Oh my God, it is! It is! Look at that! Have you ever seen something so beautiful in your life? I sure haven't. Wow. How's the audio, by the way? Let me know if the audio goes in or out. But yeah, that is the current standing of the Acolyte. So stunning, so brave. 13%. It's a thing of beauty. This thing has united the fan base. This was the wrong time to really choose to fight the Star Wars fans, because this is really, you know, the Lord of the Rings fans were never divided. House of the Dragon, Rings of Power were always going to go down. Like, the Lord of the Rings fandom was not the one to be effed with, right? Not so the Star Wars. Star Wars fandom has been very divided all the way back to Last Jedi. This is the first time when, like, Star Wars fans of all different types and normies alike have just agreed, if not united, have agreed that this is trash. This is embarrassing. Why? This is a waste of my time. And this is when they decide to go full defense, full court press defending this. It's only making them look worse, folks. They are losing badly, and they don't know it. That's kind of what the Amandla Stenberg video makes me think, is that they're losing badly, and they're like blissfully unaware of how badly they're getting mauled. They're getting mauled in the public court of opinion. It's so bizarre that in that video, she's talking about how the media, you know, is like divisive. And I'm like, what are you talking about? They've spent weeks writing hit pieces on the Star Wars fans, not you. Like, what are you bitching about? You know, it's like it's never enough for them. They live in their own world. That would be ideological wackos. The identity politics wackos. They live in a fake world that they've constructed. Everything is a self-fulfilling prophecy. They decide that they live in a racist, bigoted, evil country and that they're being oppressed despite all their millions, despite their life of wealth and luxury and relative peace, despite the vast, amazing opportunities they have to get paid to be artists for a living, which is something most artists will only ever dream about. Despite all of that privilege, they decide they are oppressed victims living in a hellscape called America. America, the worst place in the world. People are just fleeing America to move to, wherever. I don't know. to Great Britain, to live with you, Staff Yeti. They decide that this is the case. Then they make a show, which is designed to reinforce that very message. They fill it full of people who are a bunch of activist wackos who do not have credentials to their name. They do not have the chops to write, direct, star in, create something magnificent, because their very ideology is based on that belief. They feel entitled. They feel entitled to be liked, to be loved, for their work to be well received. So they cut corners. They hire the wrong people. They abandon all industry standards gleefully, because remember, that was part of a patriarchal racist system, don't you know? So they abandon and ignore all of the principles of good storytelling, good filmmaking. They throw it all out the window arrogantly, with glee and laughter and self-congratulation. Then, when that ill-advised decision produces exactly the result it was always going to produce, which is a shoddy, crappy, lazy piece of work that nobody likes and nobody wants to watch, to them, it has simply fulfilled the very prophecy they created, which is, well, we know we're stunning and brave, but we also know we are oppressed. We know that the very people we're making this for are evil, racist pigs. And even though it will be brilliant, genius, better than anything that old white geezer Shakespeare ever made, and when it comes out, even though it's brilliant and stunning and brave and saved lives, they will say it's bad. and then it happens, and it confirms everything they believe, which is it's true. Look how this is the best thing anyone's ever made, and look at how they hate us. And then they go and make a video. They go and make a video that is selling, and then that video gets laughed at, and everyone hates it. And again, it's just reinforcing the prophecy. She went and made that video dancing in the street, like a moron. Like a moron. She goes and makes this video, and she's probably thinking the whole time she's making it, oh my God, watch all these awful bigots just pretend they don't like this. They'll pretend they don't like it because I'm oppressed and I'm a victim and they hate me. And then she makes it, it's awful, everyone laughs at it, and she feels vindicated. She feels validated. This is why I say that wokeness is a sick worldview. It's sick, folks. It's not a healthy way of looking at anything. It's a culture and a mindset. It's a mindset, really, an attitude of resentment, jealousy, revenge, and really, at its farthest extent, hatred. It's an ideology and a philosophy of life that is hatred. In fact, a profundity occurred to me. I was thinking about the fact that there was some tweet that I saw, and it was just about all the problems with the fandom and the industry and how broken the fandom is. And no, that's right. Which I have seen those as well. But no, it was a tweet about it was like a short on YouTube, and it was one of these Gen Zers complaining that like the workplace is designed, it's an old, antiquated system, and work shouldn't be hell, and the workplace should be redesigned to make us feel purpose in our lives. And while I don't totally disagree that like a workplace should, as much as possible, be created so as to make the employees who spend their lives there a nice place to go. And yes, a company should have a vision and values that reassure people that they're working on something meaningful. I'm not denying all of that. I believe, relatively speaking, that is true. But what occurred to me is that this Gen Z person is basically saying, and we need to become, that's what basically he's saying, we need to be activists who need to change the way business is done. And it suddenly hit me. I don't look at the world this way, right? I look at the world as if I don't like my job and I'm unhappy with it and I feel like there's more I could be doing with my life, and I start looking for another job. I actually start thinking of like, how can I build a business that will pay me the income I want, which is how I sort of got into entrepreneurism and stuff like that. And so I start thinking of what can I create that will give me freedom in life and give me the fulfillment that I'm looking for and build something meaningful to me. That's how we of the Iron Age think. How can we write a story that will reflect our values and the kinds of characters we want to see? How can we build that, right? The activist does not look at the world this way. When they're unhappy with something, they don't look at what can I do to build something for myself that will, and for the people I care about, that will make them happy. How can I build something meaningful and worthwhile to me? Instead, they say, how can I make enough trouble? How can I be enough of a raging malcontent that makes enough people's lives miserable such that I can overturn every tradition and norm around me that I object to and view as my enemy? How can I overturn all of the systems that I do not like in my environment? And how can I bend people to my will? How can I get people to start saying the things to me that I want to hear? How can I bend the work environment so that it is to my liking? Damn whether anyone else likes it. Damn whether it can make a profit. Damn whether it produces a product anyone wants. I just care that I am happy at my workplace, and I will rabble-rouse an activist until I get what I want. That's how people like Amandla Stenberg and Lesbian Headlamp think and look at the world. If they don't like the Star Wars canon, they simply overturn it. They don't think, gee, how could I work hard, perfect my craft, become so good at it that they can't ignore me, pitch my own show with my own universe and original characters, original lore, original world building? How could I do that so that it reflects my value of lesbian witch covens? Which, by the way, I would have no objection to that. I have no objection to that. Go make it. There actually is a great market, a niche market for, hell, American Horror Story Season 3 is basically that. And it's a pretty well-liked season, by the way. They can do that, but do they think that way? No. They think, well, let's go see how we can make something we don't like, Star Wars. We can overturn it. We can overturn the most valued characters in the story. Anakin, Luke Skywalker, Darth Vader, Princess Leia, Han Solo. How can we overturn those characters and put the ones we want in there? Ahsoka, Osha, May, the lesbian witches. You know what I mean? That's what they do. It's just, it's a profundity, chat. It's a profundity. All right, on to House of the Dragon, but first, your thoughts. In case I missed any. Stormcrow says, are you paying monthly for Chat GPT? Been considering using it for research. I have a free account, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. That actually, I wasn't even signed in there. So Chat GPT, I think you can use it for free to an extent, so check it out, Stormcrow. Star Fury says, I want that number to go to single digits, and it will when the second half airs. I don't doubt it. Anthony Timmons says, enablers. I assume you mean shills, perhaps. Star Fury says, I have a very early start, so I will bid you all good night, and I will catch the rest of the show in reruns. Why, thank you, Star Fury. And if you're lurking or catching on the restream, do give us a like, give us a follow. Thanks for hanging out, Star Fury. Thanks for that very fine super chat. And remember, I am now adding chapters. Chapters at the end of the show. I'll add chapter links in the description so you can kind of, if there's a topic you want to see covered, you can go right to that. Anthony, she's a dipshit. Is that Amandla or Lesbian Headlamp or Dave Filoni? I would accept all three. Wrangler says lesbian witches sounds like a lot more fun than it really is. She's pushing back on this. They're not necessarily lesbian. They're not. They're not. Well, in the words of one concerned citizen on TikTok many moons ago, where are all the men? I'm just asking. Just do it, you coward. Just go full lesbian. Why not? Just do it. People have a right to not like things. People have a right to not like things. That's what woke, intersectional feminists, DEI, identity politics wackos cannot accept. People have a right to not like your work. People have a right to not like your choices in life. People have a right to not like you. Get over it. Get over it. Amandla Stenberg. It's pathetic. Caterwauling and frolicking in the street like some idiot. It's unbelievable. You have no idea how stupid you look to the rest of the world. You are part of a work that is a piece of trash. It's trash. It is too stupid. That would be the Acolyte. It is too stupid a show to exist without the name Star Wars, which is the only thing of any value, such as it has any left, which has given anything at all to your show to make it worth anything. Your performance, Amandla Stenberg, is pathetic. You barely have an expression in the entire show. You are a hack. You are not a talented actress. People have a right to say that and to think that. I'm sorry that hurts your feelings. It is the truth. You are a professional. You are in the industry. Much has been given to you. Take some damn responsibility for your shoddy, lazy, subpar work. It is nobody's fault but your own. You are a professional. Act like it. Or go make another stupid TikTok video. I really don't care. On to something good. The House of the Dragon. Hot day. Now, House of the Dragon is a show that I quite like, and I've even said I actually like this show more than the original Game of Thrones, to an extent. When I watch the original Game of Thrones, I like the intrigue. I like the rivalry between the houses. I like the family dynamics. I love all of the scheming, when it's actual scheming. And there's daggers in the dark and things like that. That gets me excited. However, I always kind of was bored with the White Walker plot. I know. I think, if you're going to have it be about a zombie invasion of a fantasy world, it should be about a zombie invasion of a fantasy world. Or it should be about an intricate Game of Thrones. That being said, I think there were elements of the White Walker plot that could have worked. It wasn't in the cards. In any case, what I like about House of the Dragon is it's a much more intimate tale in the sense that it kind of just focuses on this one family. I like how lived in the Red Keep is becoming on this show. Because, there were so many locations, which is not a criticism. There were so many locations in the original show. You kind of get whiplash. 1 minute you're in the Vale, the next minute you're in the North, the next minute you're in Essos, the next minute you're in King's Landing, the next minute you're in Dorne. I mean, that's a lot of places that you're going all the time. What's kind of interesting about House of the Dragon is we're kind of on Dragonstone, we're in King's Landing. Once in a while, we'll see the Vale. Or, as in the case of episode 2, we'll see Winterfell, which was a brilliant opening scene, pulled at the heartstrings immediately. Let's just face it, the Starks are the only good people in Westeros. They're the only good people. They're the only classical, sort of Arthurian knight, kind of fantasy classical hero of a fantasy universe. They are the most Tolkienian. They're like the only Tolkienian element of the George R. R. Martin universe. They're kind of like, they believe in duty and honor, and they're salt of the earth. I love the Starks. I really do. Stupid. They're dumb. They are dumb as a box of rocks, the Starks. I'm sorry. I felt that from the very beginning. Dumb as a box of rocks. They cannot figure out the world they live in. It's really sad. But they tug at the heartstrings, you know? The minute, I'll tell you something, how do you pronounce this name? I gotta figure out the name of the composer of this show. I can never pronounce his name. How to pronounce, I think it's Ramin Djawadi? I can't even spell it. Yeah, there it is. Ramin, hang on. Let me see if I... Ramin Djawadi. Okay, I think that's how you pronounce it. Ramin Djawadi, who is the composer. Who, by the way, keep an eye on Ramin Djawadi. I foresee him, you know, in the next 5 to 10 years becoming something maybe on the level of a Hans Zimmer. I don't know if he's quite that good, but like, it's possible. It's possible. His soundtracks for Game of Thrones and House of the Dragon are incredible. I listen to him all the time. The minute you hear his Winterfell theme in the beginning of House of the Dragon, Son for a Son, that's the first episode, the premiere of House of the Dragon Season 2. The minute it opens on that forest, that cold gray forest, and the raven flying over the water towards Winterfell Castle, beautiful. Immediately tugs at the heartstrings in the best way. And the voiceover from Torrhen Stark, I believe is his name. Torrhen Stark, kind of talking about duty and the hard life that they lead in the North. It's just brilliant. Loved it. And I will say, I think one of the best themes that Ramin Djawadi, yeah. One of the best themes that Ramin Djawadi has come up with in this show is the theme for, I guess it would be technically the Crown of Jaehaerys is kind of the theme, but it's basically Rhaenyra's theme. I love that it's this kind of melancholy little number, but it also has an element of the heroic and the glorious. It makes me think of poor Viserys. Poor King Vizzy T, as one chatter called him, just hobbling across that floor to save his daughter in the first season. Poor Viserys. I love his story, man. It is so Shakespearean and out of totally left field. I never expected that. And I think it's because I've become used to being very cynical with Game of Thrones. You know, I kind of know that the idea of the show is that nobody's really all hero or all villain. It's rare that you see anyone who really, really means well. You know what I'm saying? Like, almost everyone in this world, even when they otherwise want to be a good person, they're always doing something for a cynical reason. I think what surprised me was that Viserys, although he was tempted to change his mind, Viserys truly did love his daughter, Rhaenyra, and truly did want to keep his oath, purely for the sake of, it was his oath, that he's going to make her heir. So the fact that he endures all this pain and suffering to save her and to keep her as his heir at the end, and then he has, and then having that dinner that just by the narrowest margin starts to stitch together the relationship between Alicent and Rhaenyra in the first season. That dinner scene is unbelievable. It's like brilliant scene. And I love how he just barely kind of got them talking again and started to heal the wounds and maybe, just maybe, open up the possibility of we're not going to have a schism in the House of Targaryen. Only for him to, in his opium-induced fever dream, accidentally mistake Alicent for Rhaenyra and tell her about, meaning he's talking about the original King Aegon, but saying it's Aegon. Aegon is the one. And she, Alicent, thinks he's talking about his son, Aegon, and that unravels the whole thing. That, folks, is a masterpiece of storytelling. Careful, patient, piece by piece, setup and payoff, character building, par excellence. Like that was such a masterful, heartbreaking Shakespearean tragedy, tragic moment of him both barely managing to put his family back together, and then in the very next scene, accidentally going to his death, not knowing he just undid it all again. That is so brilliant, and I love that element of this show, which, of course, takes us into season 2. Now, I really love the opening with Jace and Torrhen Stark. That was really beautiful. I quite like Rhaenyra's solo journey in this episode. She basically gets on a dragon and is looking for the remains of her son. She's kind of just... She flew the coop. She flew the coop, folks. And at first it kind of annoyed me because I was like, oh, geez, do we have to have a whole episode of, like, Rhaenyra's gone, she won't do anything? We can't do anything because the queen is gone. And I'm like, this is starting to feel like a filler episode. But then they actually show her on this kind of quiet sojourn. By the way, I love that dragons have a loiter intimidate mode, right? She sees these sailors on the beach, and there are some remains that have washed up on the beach, and she thinks it's the remains of her son. And I love how she flies in, and just the sight of the dragon sends all the scavengers. Oh my god, dragon! Off they go, fleeing. And I love how she just gets off the dragon, doesn't even look at him. She doesn't even look at him. She's not worried about him. Doesn't need a weapon. Just like, it's like Judge Dredd's bike in the Dredd movie. He just shows up, bike, crowd control mode. You know, that's basically what the dragon is doing. The dragon's on crowd control. He just stands there, and she's free to do as she pleases. Man, would you rather have a dragon or a direwolf? I've often asked myself this question. I think I gotta go with dragon. That loiter mode is handy. That's all I'm saying. Do you know what's interesting? I feel like arrows in the Game of Thrones universe could kill a dragon, but the blasters in The Mandalorian, as envisioned by Dave Filoni and in the show Ahsoka, could never even scratch a dragon in this world. I'm serious. Pew, 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 pew. Do nothing. Giant crocodiles come out of the sea. Nothing a blaster can do. Frankly, even some of Lucas's work was guilty of this in the prequels. It's like, what? Actually, no. The movies weren't too bad. It was really the Clone Wars show that was bad about this. What's with all these monsters that, like, a blaster cannot even, like, cause pain to? It just really annoys me. Anyway. So she finds the remains of her son, and I just found that really touching. I thought it was pretty beautiful, and it fits. It really does fit. So my overall impressions of this episode were, it's pretty typical of an episode 1 opener. I wasn't overly wowed by the very first episode of House of the Dragon in season 1. It was good. It was interesting. I don't know if I'm going to like this show. It was kind of my feeling I had at the end of the first episode of season 1. But it set up things that were going to go into motion. By, I would say, about the 3rd or 4th episode of season 1, I was all in. Like, once we had the crab feeder and Daemon doing his thing, that's what building on great character work can do. It starts to set up things you can't wait to see what's going to happen. What's Daemon going to do when he finds out this? You know, that sort of thing. What would Daemon do if he were here? Right? That you can tell I am very interested in what Daemon's going to do. So I'm not worried when I see that episode 1 of season 2 is not like the most exciting episode. That being said, something very exciting does happen in it, and we'll get to that in a minute. But my overall impression is this show is, as usual, the production value is unbelievable. Like, I feel like these castles are real. I love the costumes in this show. I love the costumes. They look fantasy, right? But at the same time, they also look inspired by authentic medieval clothing. Like especially like what Alicent wears, and you know, a lot of the armor, it looks like it's drawn from real medieval history. It feels functional when it's supposed to be. It feels like it fits in this world. So the costume and set design, the lighting, I don't think the lighting on the show gets enough of a mention. The way they're able to use firelight and candlelight to make all the colors pop is just brilliant. Obviously, you know I love Ramin Djawadi's brilliant score. So all of that is excellent. It puts the Acolyte to shame. It's incredible how conversations between these characters are incredibly interesting because I'm always wondering what each character is going to make of a situation. You know, now that we've seen what happened at the end of season 1 with the death of Luke, you know, being killed by Aemon on Dragonback, I'm fascinated to see where all the characters' heads are at. So all that is great. And it puts every D plus show to shame completely because these are clearly professionals led by Ryan Condal, a proper showrunner who knows what he's doing and clearly has a vision. Clearly, these are professionals at work. Professionals. Now, let's get to the ending of the show because I want to talk about the ending. So, spoiler alert for episode 1 of House of the Dragon, season 2, episode 1, Son for a Son. I have not read the book, so I can't spoil the book for you, so no worries there. And I would not wish to, even if I had. Because I'm very excited to see where this is going. It's funny, I did years ago watch all those Targaryen featurettes explaining the history of the Targaryens. I don't remember it. I really don't. So I probably actually do know the end of the story. I just don't remember it. So there you go. I sort of envisioned when they said blood and cheese, I really envisioned this was like literally there was going to be something to do with like a banquet or a wedding, probably a wedding. It's usually a wedding in George R. R. Martin's world. I sort of imagined that there was going to be like this banquet where like something really ghastly happened and you were going to have an image of like blood and cheese. Now, Ryan Condal, the angriest man on the internet of RK Outpost and Geeks of Gamers, he needs to keep his trap shut because he likes to spoil things without spoiling them. He likes to hint at things, and I'm like, don't hint at things. I don't want to be hinted. And he was responding to a chat on like Geeks and Gamers, and someone said something about blood and cheese, but then they made some other comment about bloodworms or something, and he said, "Oh yeah, you're gonna see." And I was like, "Damn it! Why did you say that?" Because now I'm thinking that I thought I had figured it out. I thought what was going to happen was to get back at the Hightowers for the death of Jace. I thought they were going to like there was some magical creature like these bloodworms, right? That are like some kind of parasite or something. And they just cause you to like there's a type of snake that if it bites you, it will cause your blood to not be able to coagulate. And you literally just bleed out like hemophilia. It's really nasty. So I figured something like that was going to be in the meal. And I got this crazy idea. I don't know where I got it. So maybe I should just use it for one of my stories because I was totally wrong about this. But I kind of got this idea in my head that I think I know what it is. They're going to put like these bloodworms in the cheese, right? And then people eat it. And then someone, oh no, and everyone's bleeding and they're all bleeding out at the table or something. This is what I'm picturing. Because, dude, everyone was hyping this up. Gary at Nerdrotic, you do not miss episode 1 of season 2. Don't miss it. Okay, I won't miss it. You're gonna be wowed. You're not gonna believe what you see. Now listen, folks, I've experienced the Red Wedding. I have experienced the death of the Viper against the Mountain, okay? Those were some of the most shocking and horrific things I've ever endured watching a TV show or movie in my life. Nothing ever. If it had been on camera, it could never have been matched. My reaction to the Red Wedding was absolute stunned shock. For 10 minutes, I couldn't move. I was just like, what? I couldn't speak. I couldn't think. I couldn't move for like 10 minutes after the Red Wedding. There was nothing in my experience that could have prepared me for that. So when you allude that the end of an episode is going to be on that level, I take it seriously. And I think, well, okay then. I'm prepared. And I know that I'm not prepared. Again, spoilers, House of the Dragon, Season 2, Episode 1. We have this situation in which Damon has paid the rat trapper, which I love this concept. I love this concept so much. This guy who just his job in the castle is he sets traps and he catches the rats. Folks, just on a world building level, that is a fantastic detail. That is a fabulous detail, isn't it? Just because I never even thought about that. You know, you walk through these beautiful halls and you see all the tapestries and you see all the regal lords and they're drinking their wine. You don't actually think about the little details like who catches the rats, because obviously we don't have modern, poisons and, decon and stuff like that. Someone's got to go catch all these things. That's a fascinating little detail and it fits so beautifully in this world. I love that. So we have the rat catcher, who I think is Cheese. And then I guess the Night's Watch guy is Blood. And I could have that wrong. Let me know if I have that wrong. But in any case, we have these two characters who are paid by Damon to get revenge. Quick side note. I love the scene when Rhaenyra returns from her quest and they're announcing her, Queen of the Andals and the First Men, first of her name, Lady of and Protector of the Realm, Rhaenyra. And she walks into that magnificent table. That's all. I love the lighting of that map table, by the way, at Dragonstone. That nice touch. Nice touch. Seeing Dragonstone in all of its glory occupied by Targaryens who know what the hell they're doing there is a really fascinating element of this show, I have to say. So she walks in, everyone's like, okay, here's the situation. We've got this house has declared for us and that house has declared for us. And we're going to go fly to this house and that. And they're giving her the tactical scenario. They're waiting for her orders. And she just says, I want Aemon Targaryen. And then she walks out. And I'm like, that's pretty boss. I like that a lot. She does not give a shit about anything else. She's like, I want Aemon Targaryen. It's like, well, I don't blame you. You ain't going to get Aemon Targaryen. That was basically my exact thought. Although I'd love to see them try. I really do want to see them try. They ain't going to get Aemon Targaryen. That's what I'm thinking as I'm watching the episode. So Damon sneaks into King's Landing. He pays these two ne'er-do-wells to go and get him a son, and heavily implies that, I want a son for a son. We want Aemond. I'm thinking, yeah, Aemond is like an excellent warrior in his own right. Do you think you're going to send these two goons to get him? That was kind of like, immediately, I don't believe Aemond's going to die in this episode. Like, zero chance. First of all, because that's what the characters want, and in Game of Thrones, the characters never get what they want. Which is kind of its charm, if you ask me. Or they get what they want, but they get it at a price they could not have imagined paying, is sort of what I like about it. So anyway, there's the implication that if they can't get Aemon, they'll settle for someone. We then begin with a masterful sequence. It's amazing how I don't even know much. I don't really know these two characters other than the rat trapper. I've seen him around the castle. I don't like him immediately. I'm like, he's a scumbag. That's clearly obvious. It's fascinating to me, though, how the investment I have in their mission, right? Which I am invested in the mission on behalf of Rhaenyra because I want her to get some revenge, right? It's amazing how that builds the tension in this scene, because even though I'm not rooting for these two goons, because they're assholes and I don't care about them, I am rooting for them on some level to succeed, because I want to see the scales get balanced. And let's face it, I just want to see some fireworks. That's kind of where I'm at. Show me some fireworks. Dance for me, monkey. This heist sequence of them sneaking into the castle and like going through the depths of it is accompanied by Ramin Djawadi's brilliant score. And he does this thing of like a kind of low-level hum of discordant strings, sort of like cellos and violins, but they're sort of hovering at these disharmonious notes. It's excellent. It's really excellent. The tension is just kind of slowly rising. It's not a one take, but it almost feels like the energy of a one take where you're just following them through the halls. And I love how immediately I've got that classic Game of Thrones feeling. Something bad is going to happen. Right? I've got a bad feeling about this. And that's when Game of Thrones is really at its best. That's really when it's at its best. Something bad is about to happen. I remember feeling that during the fight between the Viper versus the Mountain. I remember feeling that before the Red Wedding, even though I could not have imagined how bad it was going to be. I felt in my gut, when Robb Stark is all happy and he's talking about his son who's going to be named Eddard. I'm like, something bad is going to happen here. I just knew it. I'm like, something bad is on the way. I hope Robb, is able to keep his wits about him. Oh, boy. Anyway, that's a pretty genius level of filmmaking, this whole sequence, and I loved it. I thought this was a brilliant, excellent high sequence. I love that it was the third act. It's seamless. It's just seamless. It just flows from one moment to the next. It almost feels unplanned, unchoreographed. I really like that a lot. There's a moment when Blood and Cheese are going through the bowels of the castle, when they have this dog with them, okay? Super cute little dog following them around, and my presumption is that the dog is helping them find their way through the castle. As soon as the dog is no longer useful, one of them kicks the dog in the gut, and he winds up, and they kicked the dog. And I was like, I reeled back in my chair because I was like, oh, yeah, I really don't like these guys now. Now, what's interesting is this moment has kind of set the internet on fire, and I'm seeing all of these articles in the Access media about why people are upset about the depiction of violence against dogs. And I'm like, oh, can we please not have a moral, spiritual, national crisis about this? It's a fictional show. It's a fictional show. No dog was really kicked. I'm sure it was CGI. They had a little sound effect. No dog was really hurt. Why have we become so soft? Literally, people are like, I can't handle that. I can't see that in TV shows. That's bad. It's like, okay, now listen. If that's how you feel, I respect that. Respectfully, you don't have to watch this. Respectfully. Game of Thrones may not be for you. If you feel that's over the line and that's too bad, that's too violent, I don't like seeing that, totally respect it. This isn't the show for you. You should watch something else. And that's fine. No judgment. I hold nothing. I understand that. I did not enjoy seeing it. It was unpleasant. But the thing that bothers me is we live in a bizarre time in which if I do not like it, it's bad and should not be a thing in shows. This is why there's no sex in shows anymore. This is why there's no men and women falling in love in shows anymore. This is why every romance feels soulless and lifeless, such as in Furiosa, between Furiosa and Praetorian Jack. Because weirdly, if somebody somewhere is offended by something in a fictional world that did not actually occur, we must now sanitize the content so that this doesn't occur again. And I already feel as if this is what's in the works. I already feel as if, okay, new thing added to the modern Hays Code, cannot depict someone being mean to an animal. Even though in this context, it serves a valuable, necessary part of character building and the story. These are scumbags. They are scumbags that don't value life. Life is cheap to them. That's why kicking the dog is no big deal. That's important to the story. That's important to the world. To the world. It's important that if you are watching the show, you need to have all the facts. And the facts are, these scumbags live in a world where animals are mistreated and children are put in cage matches. So I hate censorship. I hate censorship of art. I don't care if it's coming from the leftist wackos or the right-wing holy rollers or just people that can't handle, that don't have a strong stomach and can't handle something bad happening in a fictional world. If you can't handle it, that's fine. This is the show for you then. There's nothing wrong with that. It's only a problem if you want to become a censor and start scolding writers, artists, and creatives into not having this in their works ever. That's why I hate wokeness. That's why I hate identity politics, because it seeks to censor, and it seeks to propagandize, and it seeks to control people's thoughts. So even if it is on the basis of, I like animals, I don't like seeing animals get kicked in a show, therefore it should never happen in any show ever. If that is the mentality that I'm dealing with, I got no time for you. It's a problem. And I'm not saying anyone in this audience, I'm not saying, I don't even know how many people there are that are having this mindset. I'm just saying where I see this mindset starting to crop up, it bothers me. So yeah, it bothers me a lot seeing a dog get kicked in the episode. I really hated seeing it. It's a vital, necessary, and important and brilliant part of the storytelling in the scene. And I'm 100% on board for that. So I don't know why people are, this is another thing. Joffrey in the first House of the Dragon show, right? He's a total piece of crap. He picks the wings off flies, as is often said. And he is constantly torturing people and doing all these awful things. People start writing hate mail to the actor, Jack Gleason, who plays the character. And I literally would talk to people I knew in my life who were like, if I ever see that actor in public, I'm going to punch him in the face. What? He's a kid. He's doing his job. He's an actor. The character's not real. Joffrey's not a real person. He's a fictional character. Jack Gleason is not that character. I don't understand why people are like this. I really don't. I don't understand why people have a problem separating reality from fiction sometimes. It's like, I hate Lena Headey. Oh, because Cersei's so nasty. It's like, no, I love Lena Headey for portraying such a brilliant character as Cersei. I don't understand why people can't separate that. So I just don't like it when I hear people having problems with fiction being fiction. Anyway, long rant, long tangent. Let's move on. Now, the next thing that happens is much worse, right? Now, I've been hearing about this moment coming up in the show in tangential, hinted, veiled ways for a long time. And again, spoilers for season 2, episode 1, House of the Dragon. I've been hearing rumblings about this, and I've been avoiding spoilers like the plague. And what happens is pretty terrible. These two scumbags stumble into the Queen Helena. Is that her name? I think that's Helena. They stumble upon Queen Helena in her quarters. The mission is going badly. They can't find their way through the castle. They don't know where Aemond is. It's getting dangerous. They're just going to have to pick one and go. So they settle on they're going to kill her son. Right? This scene is horrific. It is blood-curdling in the extreme. It's pretty horrifying. It is a pretty horrifying scene. And basically, her son and her daughter are in the cribs, but they don't know which one's the boy and which one's the girl. They ask her to point out the one, and she tries to give him a necklace to buy him off. That doesn't work. And she basically points out her son, and they take the boy's head. And I have to say, the way that it's done off screen, but you can hear the sound effects I think that was perfect. The way they did that. Because it's like, obviously, we know enough. We know enough about what's happening. It's horrifying. And again, if you watch that and you're like, that's terrible. This is a terrible, terrible thing in a show. I don't like this. Not the show for you. And there's no shame in that. But this is the Game of Thrones world. And this is what you're in for with Game of Thrones. So on the meta level, I've got no problem with this at all. Either kicking the dog or this terrifying, awful, horrific scene. And I will say that it hits you like a punch in the gut that this mother is being asked to point out which of her children is going to die. That is so unbelievably gut-wrenching. And really, I have to say a word for Fia Sabin is the actress who plays Queen Helena, and she is brilliant in this scene. Absolutely brilliant. I have to say a word for this character, Helena, because she's kind of got the sight, right? She can kind of see the future. She's clairvoyant. And she's a little bit detached from reality. She's sort of out there. I really like that about her character. And I like that in this scene, almost any other character in her place, whether it was Rhaenyra, Alicent, whoever, they would have been bargaining with the killers. They would have been threatening them. They would have been trying any number of strategies, right? What's interesting, or lying about which one is which, because wanting to preserve the heir to the throne or whatever. What's interesting about the character of Helena is she's obviously she loves her children and she doesn't want this to happen, but it's almost the fact that she is sort of detached from reality as a clairvoyant that it's almost as if she kind of has a longer view of time and space than any other human would have. Any other human in that position only exists in that moment. What's fascinating about Helena in that situation is she kind of has that 3,000-foot view of reality that only a clairvoyant, a psychic, really can have. And so, in a way, she yields to the situation, which is there's no way out of this. Nothing is going to get her out of this. And so she chooses to simply tell the truth and just accept what's about to happen, which is she's losing one of her children. It's brilliant on a philosophical level. It's horrifying, obviously, on a human level. And her character and the actor performing the character are able to inhabit both of those worlds simultaneously, which is a pretty brilliant feat, I have to say, of both storytelling, character work, well, really, storytelling, character work, and acting, all coming together in that moment to sort of illustrate a character who is experiencing this in the spiritual, philosophical realm as a psychic at the same time she's living it as a mother, watching it happen. It's truly one of the more genius moments in the entire show. I will definitely give it credit for that. And I have to admit, I feel really weird about this, but the first time I watched it, I know this is terrible. I know this is terrible, but I thought, that's it? Now listen, I'm not denying this is horrific. It's horrific in the extreme. It's gut-wrenching and it tears your heart out. All of that's granted. I'm saying in comparison to the Red Wedding, where you literally watch the entire Stark family line wiped out to a man and woman. You literally watch Robb Stark's pregnant wife, butchered. Like, you see, it's horrific. You watch his entire army are being killed where they stand. It's his wolves. They kill his wolves in their pens. It's the worst. Dude, the Red Wedding, the absolute level of destruction in that scene it cannot be overstated. So when I'm comparing, and I'm granted it may be unfair of me to compare the two, but when I'm sort of in my mind weighing like the Red Wedding or even sort of the death of the Viper, when he's having his head squished, like that compared to a mother losing a child to these two scumbags, just the scale of it seemed much, much smaller in the grand scheme of things. Now, the only reason I found that to be, for lack of a better term, because I don't mean this literally, but the way I almost like a letdown, like I expected something more explosive, something more dramatic, which I know, for lack of a better way of putting it. The only reason is because of how people were building this up. They kept talking about blood and cheese. Oh, you think the Red Wedding is bad? Well, the Red Wedding is much worse than this, in my opinion. Much worse. And that maybe is as it should be. I don't know that shouldn't be the case. I'm just saying that's how I feel. And so it left me with an odd feeling at the end of the episode of like, I kind of thought something way more explosive was going to happen. So then I'm watching Nerdrotic's after show, and Mahler and they're all talking about it, and they explain, Ryan and Gary explain what actually happened in the book. And in the book, what happens is it is two boys, and the older and the younger boy are standing there before the killers with their mother, and the killers say, point out the older son. That's the one we're going to take out because that's the heir to the throne, right? And she points to the older son, and they decide to kill the younger son. Or no, what was it? They point out the older son. Yeah, and then they kill the younger son. And they basically say, oh, no. Okay, I screwed that all up. Restart. She points to the one that is going to die, which is the younger son. Point out the younger son. He's the one that's going to die. So she points out the younger son, and they kill the older son instead, or something like that. And it basically means that the younger son will have to live with for the rest of his life. Your mother was willing to throw you under the bus. She was willing to have you die. So you're not wanted, is kind of the idea. Now, that psychological element of it, to me, is far more horrifying than the psychological element of, between the boy and the girl, which one, right? Which is horrifying, but it's much worse, the idea that now this boy is going to have to grow up living with the fact that he was the one that was selected to die, but his brother died instead. And I think that is a much better version of the story, a much more interesting version of the story. And so they changed it and they softened it. And I immediately was frustrated by that. And I feel like that was a bad decision. And I was like, I want to know why you would trade such a layup as that for this. Why would you want something with lesser impact, right? I feel that if this is kind of the moment in the whole story that is the most shocking moment, why would you soften that? Why would you soften the blow? Especially in a show that I haven't felt has been pulling punches up to this point. So what's interesting is Ryan Condal has actually given his reasons for this, and they're actually not bad. So I actually want to share with you Ryan Condal's actual reasons for why he softened this ending of Blood and Cheese. And I wish I should go and find like the exact explanation. Because I think what it is like, yeah, we're gonna kill your older brother. So point out to us which one. I can't. Why can't I get that right? I can't get that right. But anyway, one kid has to live with being the one that his mother selected to die. I think what it is yeah, point out the older one, and the mother points out the older one. So it's the second one that's gonna die. But instead they kill. God dang it! Never mind. Please, just Mr. Producer, can you just delete the last 10 minutes? It's too late. What do I pay you for? That's right, I don't pay you. Okay, anyway, here we go. This is why he changed the ending. Share screen.
Is the world in a different way, but also in a very kind of black and white way. And I think when they tell her that, like...
Okay, so this is Ryan Condal on the Westeros.org podcast, and he's basically explaining his reasonings for the scene, and he's talking here about Helena and her kind of view of the world.
If you don't tell the truth, we're going to kill everybody in the room. She takes them at face value. Whereas everybody else in her family is this political player. And like, yes, Alicent would have played that scene differently. We wanted Helena as the pure innocent in this world to experience the scene through her point of view as we wrote the character in season 1. I understand the scene from the book is actually one of the most spelled out things, but when we started considering the production practicalities, the reality of getting two very small children of that age to act, which you cannot do. So we would have had to radically age up the children. And then you run into the problem of things that you can actually expose children to on set. So if you were playing a scene with the knife to the child's throat, you would have had to be doing a lot of double work and cutaways and things like that. Not to say that you totally couldn't do it. It just really hampered our ability to approach the scene. So we decided to just sort of open it up and say, okay, well, if we were just going in with this as the concept and with the idea that the events of Blood and Cheese as chronicled in the history were somewhat of a call it a propaganda against Rhaenyra. What is the most awful version that Alicent would have recounted to the historians, or that would have gotten around the castle to impugn Rhaenyra and Daemon as the blackest of villains and their weird, incestuous, whatever black magic is going on over there in Dragonstone?
So that's an interesting point. So he's kind of looking at this as the book is the historical record, right? The historical account. And he's saying the worse story was essentially a kind of propaganda version of what happened told by Alicent, which I think, okay, at least that's a fair way to look at it as a creative. I still don't necessarily like that, but he goes on.
Actually happened, and it was like there was a rat catcher and a gold cloak. They definitely set in with a mission of a son for a son. It went horribly wrong in the end, and we were also trying to like craft a visceral television sequence. So we started as a kind of a heist movie following Blood and Cheese on their mission. And then the twist in the third act is you pass their, you kind of start rooting for them in a way where you get nervous about them getting caught. And then you pass their point of view over to Helena in the third act.
That was so brilliant. Like I love how that was done. I really do. I'm going to pause in that for just a second to share this because I need to explain this. I'm struggling to explain this because I have not read the book. I don't know it very well. Again, spoilers for House of the Dragon, episode 1 of season 2, in case you're just joining. So here's an explanation of the original book story in Son for a Son, right? So in Martin's writing, Helena and Aegon have 3 children, 6-year-old twins, Jaehaerys and Jaehaera, and 2-year-old son Maelor. The crux of the blood and cheese scene, what makes it so sickening and what provides it with agonizing impact beyond merely the death of a child, which we've already seen tons of in this story, is that the self-described debt collectors make Helena choose which of her sons is going to live, and then kills the son she opted to save instead of the one she fingered for death. So I think she fingered the second, she basically said the second son. She pointed to the second son and said, kill him, which is horrible. There was no right answer, obviously. And so they killed the elder son. So the second son would have to live with it. I think that's my understanding of it based on what I heard. This whole exchange is only a couple of paragraphs long, but it is packed with horrific details that linger in one's memory. Quote, on her knees weeping, Helena named her youngest Maelor. Yep, exactly. Okay, there it is. Perhaps she thought the boy was too young to understand, or perhaps it was because the older boy, Jaehaerys, was King Aegon's firstborn son and heir, next in line to the Iron Throne. You hear that, little boy? Cheese whispered to Maelor. Your mama wants you dead. Then he gave Blood a grin, and the hulking swordsman slew Prince Jaehaerys, striking off the boy's head with a single blow. The queen began to scream. Ugh. That's horrifying. Now, that's the original book storyline. I think that is 10 times worse than what happens in the show. I just do. And it's not the violence. The gore and the violence is equal. Either way, at a gore violence level, there's no difference to me between the book and the show. It's that psychological element that boy is going to grow up knowing his mother chose him to die. It's freaking horrifying. Like, it's the psychological often, and I would argue that the best horror films, for example, really it's the psychological factor that's the most horrific element. I've been watching Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul again, just because I need good TV to restore brain health after watching The Acolyte, okay? I need that in order to survive. And so I've been watching, and I'm telling you, it's unbelievable what good writing does. But in any case, a lot of the worst things that happen in those shows are purely psychological things. Psychological things of like what a character has to live with, you know, the guilt or the impossible situation the character's been placed in. I just think that's where the best drama comes from. And so I am definitely scratching my head about why did Ryan Condal make this change? So now let's get back to why he did not go with that in the show. Share screen. Here we go. It does kind of really annoy me, the words on the screen here, but whatever. We'll go with it.
again, the most innocent person really on this board at the time. So it was a host of decisions that kind of went into it. And I always say, like, I love the scene in the book. It's great as it is, and that should not challenge at all what we did in the show, and what we're doing in the show isn't challenging what's in the book. It's just part of this continuing conversation we're trying to have, how history is written, and the fact that we're living through history right now in many ways. And
brace yourselves, folks. Of course, he's going to bring this up.
And things happen like January 6th, which happened on live television in the US, and people can't even agree on what happened on that day. So,
I mean, at a basic level, I do agree with him. But that's actually how the writing of history has always been. It's only in free societies where there's a discussion and a negotiation about what history is going to be. In autocracies and monarchies, the king or the victor writes the histories. So there you go. But in any case, we move on. It's like, dude, it's just that the thought process is so boring. The thought process is so boring. That is the only atrocity that's ever happened in America in the last 20 years for these people. Nothing else has ever happened. Whole cities did not burn in the summer of 2020. It's like, geez.
This idea that Fire and Blood is a true accounting of the history as accepted by these people who have chronicled it. And then there are things that very much line up. And this person was the king at this time, and this person was the queen at that time. And
I will say this. I admire Ryan Condal. I consider him absolutely a professional. And what I admire is, he also did not weigh in with his opinion of that event either. I appreciate that. I appreciate that he's saying that's just a way of thinking about how we think of the history. And I agree with that at a basic level. So I'm not really criticizing him exactly or what he said. I'm just saying I'm just tired. It's just boring. Pick another atrocity.
And they had this many children and went on to whatever. But then other things sort of fall into that, how history it was interpreted or how it was written down to push an agenda forward or things like that.
Great. So I will go on to the opening. We love it. That's a...
Well, I'm missing something here. Did I miss something? Yeah, I think he said that. What actually happened? Visceral experience. Oh, yeah. I did get it. Okay, good. I glossed over it. But yeah, this is an important point.
I understand the scene from the book is actually one of the most spelled out things, but when we started considering the production practicalities, the reality of getting two very small children at that age to act, which you cannot do. So we would have had to radically age up the children. And then you run into the problem of things that you can actually expose children to on set. So if you were playing a scene with the knife to the child's throat, you would have had to be doing a lot of double work and cutaways and things like that. Not to say that you totally couldn't do it. It just really...
Yeah, so there you go. That was the piece I wanted to really underscore there, which I think is a very fair reason for making the changes to the scene that they did. So he's basically saying that, like, look, there's two problems basically with exactly replicating what happens in the book. It's very difficult to get child actors of that age to really perform well enough to sell it. Now I want to highlight this point because this is actually a very important point in relation to what's wrong with the Acolyte, right? Because we had that episode 3, Destiny. They love titling things Destiny, don't they? The Dial of Destiny. Where you have young May and Osha, and there are the girls that are the key to everything on this witch's compound in this fantasy planet. Like, right from the first scene, these child actors' performances, no offense to the child actors, it's not their fault. It's just the reality. It was very distracting. Their performances were really, really bad. And part of the reason for that is that the entire burden of the story was on them to sell it. I'm speaking of the Acolyte here. The two child actors playing Osha and May had to sell this very bizarre situation of, like, they live on a fantasy planet in which there are no other children. There's no fathers. It's a witch coven. There's a made-up ritual they have to go through. Think of all the ridiculous stuff that these two girls have to carry off convincingly. That is a Herculean task for even a good child actor. That's my point. So really, there was never any chance that episode 3 of The Acolyte was, I think, ever going to be a good episode of anything. It just wasn't. Because right from the beginning, it's all wrong-headed. All of it. Because Leslie Ann Headland is a moron and doesn't know what she's doing. She's not actually a writer. She's not actually anyone of talent. She might be talented at procuring women for her former boss, Harvey Weinstein. I don't know. It's just possible. It's a hypothetical. But she is certainly not talented at writing a script or running a show. Now, what's interesting about what Ryan Condal is saying, now this is a professional. Ryan Condal, unlike Lesbian Headlamp, is a professional who is credentialed, who actually knows what the frack he's doing. And notice how he's considering how will this scene work practically. The audience has to buy it. The audience has to believe this is something really happening. Verisimilitude. Verisimilitude. And in consideration of that, he's like, getting child actors at that age, that's a gamble. That is a gamble because you're literally going to have a scene where you need that child to be able to emote correctly, right? That's problem number one. That's a big performance to carry off for a kid that young. And he's saying that's hard. It's very hard to pull off. Might not be able to pull that off. That is a very smart consideration in making a show. That's what professionals with talent have to think about when they're asking themselves, can it be done? Can we get a kid to do the lines? Sure. But that doesn't mean it's going to work as an episode. Imagine if you try that and it fails, and the kid is a terrible actor in the middle of this show filled with great actors. It's going to stand out. It's going to be cringe is the problem. It's going to be cringe. He's worried about that, and rightfully so. But the next reason, which is an even better reason, is that even if you can get the child actor to perform at that level, and it's possible, you're also going to have to deal with the very thorny situation of the kid has to, you have to have a child in the situation of acting in a scene where there's a knife to his throat. There's a lot of that gets thorny because, obviously we've got to be cognizant of making sure that the children are safe in that environment, right? In that acting environment, the kids have to be safe. And I appreciate that this is a Hollywood creative who's taking that into consideration, as every creative should be doing in his situation. Should be thinking about the safety and psychological health of the child actor that has to be in the scene. I really appreciate that Condal is thinking from that perspective. I'm not saying I'm surprised necessarily. I think any good professional working with child actors considers this, I would assume. I'm talking about the good ones, okay? Talented ones. Obviously, we know there's plenty of crap in Hollywood. He's saying it's possible. There's ways to do it with different, tricks of the camera, having a stunt double, maybe, I don't know, maybe they'd even try CGI from a distance or something. He's saying it's possible. Is it worth it? Is it worth it when there's a better way, there's a simpler way to get at this scene that will preserve the horror of it, roughly? So essentially it is because A, child actor performance in this situation difficult, and B, safety and psychological health of the child is of paramount importance. For those reasons, we retooled the scene so that it comes off in a different way, but preserving the impact. I respect that creative choice. I think that is a very respectable and I would even argue somewhat noble reason to make that change. And I'm pretty okay with that. It actually changed my mind, because at first I was very unhappy with this change. I was very unhappy with it. But after hearing Condal's reasoning, I feel much better about it. I'm like, actually, that's a pretty good reason if you're going to change it. And I appreciate that the primary reason for the change was the quality of the show. You know, we want the audience to have a quality experience, and if we're not confident we can deliver that experience, we've got to adjust it so that we can get there. That kind of thinking, folks, is a big reason this show is as good as it is. It's a big reason. Like, that's how professionals think. That's why this kind of thinking does not exist at Disney. It doesn't exist there. At least in terms of their television department. Because anything related to an MCU show or a Lucasfilm Star Wars show, this is not how these idiots think. They don't consider whether Leslie Headland never for once stopped for a second to consider whether two child actors could carry off the preposterous situation in episode 3 of The Acolyte. She didn't lose a wink of sleep over that, folks. She's stunning and brave. You're just there to bear witness. You know what I mean? Because they're stupid people that don't belong behind a camera. I'm speaking of the D+ people. Condal is showing you that, like, in the real world, if you want to succeed as a show, you may have to make sacrifices. You may have to make changes you don't necessarily want to make, but if you fly too close to the sun, you're going to burn it. You're going to burn the show. So at the end of the day, you may say that he played it safe, and that's a fair criticism. It may be that it also is what is preserving the show as the high quality of content that it is. For lack of a better word, the high quality of filmmaking that it is requires actual strategic thinking about what you can pull off, and is it in the interests of the child actors to even attempt it, given the seriousness of that situation, right? So that's all pretty good reasons, I think, for making that change. So, but now, leaving that aside, let's just return and give you kind of my final thoughts. As a season opener, I think if I had not had all of the buildup from the book readers, and no disrespect to Ryan Condal or Gary or anyone else, I'm not criticizing them. This is a very broad... I've always felt this way since the very first season of the first Game of Thrones. Book readers watching with me annoy the shit out of me. Get the hell out of the room. I don't want to watch the show with book readers because I can't... Look, it's just a fact. If you've read the book and you're watching... I'd probably be guilty of it myself if I'd read the book, to be quite honest. But if I'm in the room and I've read the book and I'm watching the show with a bunch of people who have not read the book, I'm just not going to be able to help myself, folks. I'm not going to be able to help it but be snarky and be like, wow, you're really going to like this scene. You're really going to like this. Shut up, book reader. I don't want to hear it. So it's just funny. Book readers can't help themselves, man. They just feel so good about the fact that they've read the book and you haven't, and they know what's going to happen and you don't. They just can't keep quiet. And I don't blame them exactly. It just annoys me. That's all. So the damn book readers, they hyped up this episode so damn much, and usually this doesn't affect me. I've said before, people overhyping things rarely ruins it for me. Like, I can go to a movie, and if it's been hyped to the... Spider-Man No Way Home, perfect example of this. Someone who had seen it like twice already, when I went to see Spider-Man No Way Home, told me, this is one of the best Spider-Man films ever. It's going to blow your hair back. You're not going to believe it. You're going to want to see it 5 times. You're going to love it so much. That is how absolutely over the top hyped that movie was, okay? I watched that movie, Spider-Man No Way Home. My exact reaction was, that was everything I ever wanted as a Spider-Man fan. It was like Christmas. Did not affect my enjoyment of the movie at all. If anything, he undersold it. Spider-Man No Way Home, it's got its problems, don't get me wrong, but I love that movie. It's just an excellent Spider-Man movie. It's one of my favorite Spider-Man movies ever. I'd say it probably goes Spider-Man 2, Spider-Man 1, Spider-Man No Way Home. I would say that's my top 3 Spider-Man films of all time. So Tobey number 2, Tobey number 1, and No Way Home would be my favorite Spider-Man films ever. So there you go. In this case, with House of the Dragon, the book hype really did kind of ruin it for me because I was expecting a Red Wedding level event. That was what I thought I was in for, and literally it was like lights off, no distractions. I'm glued to the TV. I'm literally prepared. I am prepared for the Reigns of Castamere. Okay, my mind is racing with like how many horrific things are going to happen in the throne room or wherever. And then it is a horrific thing that happens, but it's, a child of the family was killed, which is terrible, awful, gut-wrenching, tears your heart out. That is not quite at the level, relatively speaking, of all the Starks and all of their men getting wiped out and all their direwolves all killed in an extended 15-minute orgy of violence. Okay? That's what I'm saying. That is the book reader's fault, not mine. If I had never known anything about this, I probably would have been utterly floored by this episode. If I had never had any of that book reader hype in my head, I probably would have expected a boring episode, quite frankly. I probably would have gone into this episode thinking it's going to be a typically table setting episode, not really anything happening. We're just setting the pieces on the board. And, it's kind of you're just in for that. That's probably what I would have expected. And I probably would have been stunned by the blood and cheese sequence because I would have thought, wait, what's happening here? Right. And then, and then what happens. And I would have been like, Jesus, that probably would have been my reaction. Right. And so that's where I'm at with it. So let's just pretend that I did not have the hype. I actually think this is like a 9 out of 10 episode. I think it's like a 9 out of 10. And I'm correcting. I'm handicapping it a little because if I were just going off of my gut reaction to it, thanks to the book reader hype, I'd probably say it was like a 5 out of 10. That's how overhyped it was. I'm like, I was expecting a red wedding, And it's like, that's not what I got. So, because remember too, the book readers, they don't spoil, but they do tell us this is the most shocking, dramatic thing in the whole book. So that means I just watched the most dramatic and shocking thing in the whole book. And I'm thinking to myself, well, then that means I'm definitely not getting a red wedding level event ever. So that was part of my disappointment. So I would have rated this like a 5 out of 10 based on that. But I'm correcting for that. And I'm saying I'm just going to pretend that I had seen it without knowing anything. Definitely a 9 out of 10. Brilliant character work with Rhaenyra, Alicent. I love the scene where Kristen Cole and Otto and was it Aemond? There's so many Aemond, Dagon, Tagan, Tygan. I can't remember all these stupid names. What is it? Aemond. Not Agar. Aemond. Who is the guy with the eye patch who I love this character. So yeah, Aemond and Kristen Cole and Otto plotting. I love the relationship between Alicent and Otto. There's a brilliant line where Alicent is telling Otto, if you keep undermining my voice in the small council, Aegon is going to grow deaf to it. And I love how Otto, who's kind of been pushing back that whole scene, says, I had not thought of it that way. And, he's like, yeah, you make a good point. So Otto is great. I love the characters. I feel the suspense of the war is building. I love the chess match that the dragons introduce. They really are like a mutually assured destruction, kind of like a nuclear stockpile. I love how the dragons represent a strategic resource that has to be carefully placed. Mahler, the long man, he observed how brilliant it is that if you move a dragon as an offensive weapon, you lose it as a defensive weapon where it's at. So they're constantly tied up in defense. That's a really... So there's this standoff that's brewing, and all that's really great. Top that all off with this amazing heist sequence of blood and cheese ending in this horrific gut-wrenching choice. That's a banger opener, man. That's opening with a really brilliant broadside. And I dig it. So yeah, 9 out of 10, first episode. Very excited for the next episode tonight. And we will be watching it. So there you go. There is my review of Sun for a Son. What do we have in the chat? Let's see here. Anthony says, I'm lost here. I'm not watching House of the Dragon. Well, I'm sorry, Anthony. You need to watch House of the Dragon, man. How come you're not watching it? This is a captain's recommendation. Look, if you're tired of the drivel, man, if you're tired of the drivel, you got to give it a shot. Anthony says, a lot of child actors grew up to be messed up adults. Agreed. I think, I was actually talking about this with a family member that's kind of thinking about a young person thinking about getting into acting. And I just said, I believe that part of the reason Hollywood is a cesspool is not just because of the politics. The politics is a big reason. But I think that the reality is artistic pursuits. That would be anything where you are the center of attention, whether you are a singer, a model, an actor, but also a kind of behind the camera or behind the pen personality as well, such as the author, the producer, the director, the lead guitarist, whatever it is, the songwriter. Our artistic pursuits attract vanity. They attract people that are vain, self-obsessed, narcissistic, people that love the sound of their own voice. Certainly not present company. In any case, it attracts that type. And I think you have to be just a little bit vain, no matter who you are, to want to be an actor or a writer or something, because let's face it, you think you have something important to say that other people should hear, or you'd like other people to hear. You think you have a talent you want the world to see, a song you want them to sing along with you, right? Like, that's just part of it. And that doesn't mean that you can't, that's why the professional mindset as an artist is so vital. Because it's very easy to become unmoored from reality as a creative. It just is. Because when you achieve success and everyone, I think that when you become a star, that's a lot for any human psyche to handle, because it creates the illusion. It creates the illusion that you are the work. It creates the illusion that you're a genius, that you're brilliant. And it's not to say that you may not be brilliant and have created genius work. However, it's dangerous to start to believe your own legend. It just is, because it just is. So having a professional mindset means having a certain remove from yourself and your work as an artist. And I think the problem with any industry that is based on artistic pursuits is it is just naturally going to attract people, not always, but often, who are narcissistic, self-obsessed, selfish, greedy, vain, willing to do whatever it takes to get theirs. And but that being said, so is any high-level industry. If you're talking about the tech industry, is a snake pit. Let's just face it. So I was just saying to this young person, you've just to navigate a world like that, which I think is a worthwhile pursuit, because I think a lot of people are like, oh no, if you're a good person, you shouldn't be involved with that. I disagree. I think that the reality is, if you want to be an artist, you're going to encounter personalities like that. You're going to run into the Harvey Weinsteins of the world. You just are. How do you survive that? By having values, knowing who you are as a person, by being grounded, and having a professional mindset, being a professional. Because being a professional means you have boundaries. It means you understand this is the line, do not cross. And when it comes to young people in that profession, that's going to depend, I believe, on how they were raised and on their support system. That is, their parents and their support system to back them up in terms of who they are as a person and their morality, the lessons they've learned. It's pretty hard for young people to navigate that, I think. And they are going to run into a lot of people who are snakes in the grass, who may look pretty and say nice things, but will stick a knife in your back if you turn it. And it's just a occupational hazard. It's a very cutthroat industry. It just is. It's very difficult to become rich and famous. It's not easy. And those who are trying to get there are willing to do almost anything to get there, oftentimes. But that being said, there are plenty of good people to be found in every industry. And at least from what I hear, Ryan Condal saying in his own words, he seems like an ethical man in terms of how he practices his profession. So I appreciate that. Storm Crow says, Hollywood caring for a child's mental health, I call bullshit. See, it's kind of exactly that mindset, which I think is, it's painting with a broad brush is kind of my feeling, because there are plenty of ethical, good people in every industry. And, it's unfortunate that bad apples spoil the whole bunch. I think part of the problem with current Hollywood is they have drummed out of town. They have run out of town on the rails almost anyone who is a true talent, a true professional, who does think that way about the safety of the actors, about whether or not this scene is actually going to work. Those people do exist. A lot of them have been run out of the industry, and that's part of why it's gotten so bad. But Ryan Condal right there, in my view, is illustrating that that's the breed that has been largely removed from Hollywood, but they used to be there, which is people who know what they're doing, they're professionals, and they do have those concerns about the mental health of the child actors. Anthony says, it's like having the guy behind you in a movie theater that says, oh, this is the part where the guy gets killed by the monster. I know. That would be the book reader. They are like that. They sit there, they're just like, oh, get ready. Don't miss the first episode. Hey, don't miss. I wasn't planning on missing the first episode. I know, but don't miss it because something massive is going to happen. Dude, how can you tell people that and expect them to not be a little disappointed? You know what I mean? It's like, I thought this was going to be the second Red Wedding. It's very frustrating, Damn book readers. Don't have HBO. Oh, well, that's fair. I get they've renamed it Max, and I admit that's an investment. It's like $14.99 a month to get that. So yeah, I don't blame you for that. I won't tell anyone what's worth paying $14.99 for in terms of like a show to watch, but I will just say that House of the Dragon is definitely the best show on TV right now. And season 2 is probably going to be the best show of the year so far. And that's the best I can tell you, Anthony. So there it is. Well, that concludes House of the Dragon. I did think it was very fun to get into Ryan Condal's reasoning. There's a couple of things on the Acolyte, Star Wars in general, and the Acolyte in particular that I want to get into. There's this fascinating article that was written in Bounding Into Comics by Spencer Bakuli. I've read it before. I think we need to give it a reread. And then we've got some Grizzy Shills on tap. So don't go away. And if you're enjoying the content, whether you're lurking, chatting, or watching it on the restream or on Twitter, X, formerly Twitter, give it a like, give it a follow, subscribe, consider subscribing, or tell me in the comments why you don't like it. And also tell me why you like it. Because like Amandla Stenberg, I live and breathe affirmation and accolades. By the way, that little video she did on Instagram, I was reading through the comments. She ain't getting much love on that video. But also the comments that I was reading are mostly, they're pretty reasonable. They're like, wow, look at how you Hollywood types are. You're arrogant. You tell us to screw off and you think we're going to love you for it. Or you get upset or surprised when we don't watch your show. I'm like, Oh, gee, what vicious hatred. It's like, that's just facts, man. That's just facts. So I thought we would check out this ItsaGundam video on the Amandla Stenberg situation. Let's have a little fun, shall we? At Amandla Stenberg's expense.
Let's get started. And remember, this is all just satire.
Hat tip, ItsaGundam. He is the most undersubbed YouTuber on the internet. He just really is.
I was editing a non-Star Wars video for a change, thank God. But of course, something stupid has to happen. If it isn't Looper pretending that anyone that didn't like the Acolyte is a monster, a bigoted animal.
Some audience members have issues with the show's diversity and LGBTQ+ themes, and those should be dismissed. However, viewers should genuinely examine the legitimate criticisms.
Those should be dismissed. People have a right to not like something. You thought policing wackos. You know, whatever happened to building consensus in this country? That's what democracy, real democracy. Real democracy, these are the democracy types. Real democracy is based on people working things out in the public square of ideas. Good ideas, bad ideas, mean-spirited ideas, helpful ideas. They all go in the public square and we tussle over them. That's how democracy works. In order for that system to function, people must be allowed to dissent. That is why the First Amendment exists. That is the whole point of free speech. If people aren't free to dissent, they're not free to think as they choose, and they are therefore not free, and you do not have a democracy. So I really despise this anti-democratic thinking. Although that should be dismissed. Oh, you'd like that, wouldn't you? People have a right to not like this show for any reason. Any reason. But all the reasons I've heard are good reasons.
The Acolyte has received. Cultural critics like the Critical Drinker and Nerdrotic have dubbed the show lore-breaking for its recent revelations, but their commentary isn't productive. Rather, it encourages bigotry and hatred over a show that's just getting started. As always, rage baits and review bombings distract from actual criticism. In particular, Episode 3 has proven to be controversial, and perhaps rightfully so.
You know what? They're right. The Critical Drinker and Nerdrotic are bigots. And I, on the other hand, am a precocious little cherub of a human. That's why you should love and worship me. I am the paragon of human.
Yeah, so Anthony said, where did everybody go? Where's everybody in the chat? Well, I don't know, Anthony. Well, Stoff had to go off to bed. So that is, I know that much. But what I would say is we actually have quite a few people watching on Twitter as well. So we do have an audience. They're out there. They're just lurking, Anthony. They're just lurking. We have to coax them into the chat. Roll tape.
Human virtue.
He's a villain.
Well, anyway, the Acolyte star put out a rap diss track for YouTube.
I love that picture of Leslie Headland in the background.
Man, I feel like it's 2011 all over again. If only Rice Gums was here to roast little kids while Jake Paul sold me real-life loot boxes. Well, today in Stupid, or yesterday, I don't know, Amandla Stenberg or Sternberg, who cares? Who, admittedly, I know nothing about this girl. But judging by her acting in Star Wars, I'll soon forget who she is. A quick Google search on the other hand, and looking up progs on Twitter tells me that she's amazing in every way, shape, and form.
There he is. Redoubt Productions is in the chat. Says, oh, I am here in spirit, a spirit in the digital cloud. Tom, are you out there, Tom? I know you're out there, Tom.
She is a quadruple threat. Tell me about her, Jeremy.
Amandla Stenberg wrote, recorded, and edited a song and music video in just 72 hours.
Yeah, and so do SoundCloud rappers, but nobody's singing their praises.
As a response to...
I know, I love how much appreciation and adoration and love that they expect, that they just deserve it. They just deserve to be worshipped whenever they shit out anything, whether it's the Acolyte or some stupid take on Jimmy Kimmel Live. They just think that they are entitled. See, this is why it's so wrong-headed. You know, Ryan Condal is over there on House of the Dragon. He is sweating bullets, trying to figure out how to bring off the most dramatic, shocking, horrific scene in the entire book, Fire and Blood. And he's thinking to himself, geez, can I get child actors that are talented enough? Can I do it in a way that is safe for the child actors? Is it even possible? Will it work? Will the audience believe it? It's too big of a gamble. I'm going to retool it so that it can function. He's out there sweating bullets for the audience. These wackos have a bunch of ridiculously dressed women under a full moon, chanting like children, doing some fake witchcraft ceremony, and they think, oh, gee, you must like it if you're a good person. Imagine the sheer arrogance.
All the disgusting racist hate from Star Wars fans. And dropped that shit on Juneteenth. An icon, a legend, Amandla said. Racist and clickbait journalists go choke. I'm obsessed.
Oh no.
What? Good God. Just look at that Twitter bio. Just, they, them, Palestinian flag, rainbow flag, trans flag. All of the ideologies that define them as a person, they, them as a person.
What happened? Oh no, how terrible. That's just awful. How terrible. Oh no.
So, if you think her acting is wooden and lifeless, apparently...
Oh yeah, Wrangler, you made a video about the so-called Star Wars witches. I'm going to play that. I'll play that after this.
That's racism now. Hate to tell you, if you didn't like the Acolyte, you're practically a grand dragon in the clan.
Stop him!
Doesn't matter what color your skin is. But then again, the progressives have now weaponized the term that they came up with, which is DEI, or DEI and me. It's that stupid. But anyway, if you say someone's a DEI hire, if you say diversity, equity, and inclusion together like that, you're also a racist. Craig from Side Scrollers is now on the federal wanted list. And it's about damn time, I say. Oh, we have a black woman here to educate us all on our bigotry. And I'm glad you're here for it. You people need this, what do they call
it? It's not gender reaffirmation. Sensitivity training. You little shitbag.
Race baiter, race grifter, threatening, angry, dangerous. Or you say that we're playing the victim or we are a diversity hire. What you actually mean to say is the N-word.
I gotta say, Stu, the bar for racism is now as vacuous as pronouns or gender. You don't know what that word means? Invest in a dictionary, Stu.
By the way, last I recall, journalists have been either running defense for the Acolyte or nothing but kind while saying the show sucks. What is this insane victim narrative?
Oh, wait. Hold on. Jeremy has pronouns in the bio with flags. Okay, that's on brand. If you see someone with pronouns in their bio and a ton of flags, 9 times out of 10, you know that they are a douchebag. They're like the type of person.
Or as Jeremy from DNA Cobra puts it, a psychopath. It's like, I know that you're a psychopath if you put pronouns in your bio. Like crazy, insane, screaming at people. Crazy.
Wouldn't want to know in reality. Oh, okay, so the video dropped in Juneteenth, that's obvious. You know, so did a couple shootings on such a blessed day, but we're just going to ignore that.
Will someone please stop him?
Well, apparently after reading all this about Amandla, it is clear that I am grossly out of touch, and this girl is God's gift to Star Wars, if not entertainment in general. Let's hear these tunes. I'm expecting Prince-level music right now.
The music has been cut due to false copyright claims by Amandla. The oppressed is the oppressor.
Lord have mercy. She can't dance. Must be the white part of her coming out. The same thing happened to Michael Jackson. The whiter Michael got, the worse he danced. It was a shame. By the end of it, before Michael Jackson died, he was, just rotating around the room like a white woman on a beach. It was painful to see. But Amandla, she had no chance in hell. Her father's white as snow.
God, look at this.
The power of 2, the power of many, the power will shit in your shoe and excommunion.
Look at this damn what she's doing. This is a person who thinks she is cool AF. She is cool AF. It's as if she's a soccer mom trying to prove to her kids how cool she is.
In your shoe, it's always weird to see a half-white person act like they're Shaka Zulu.
Well, to summarize this song, delivered with as much passion as her acting in The Acolyte, woke is speaking truth to power. Yet, whenever you hear about woke ideology, which is a term, I even hate using the term woke, but for God's sakes, what else is there? It's always people in power slamming it down your throat. So how is wokeism speaking truth to power when it's in power? More often than not. There's a paradox for you.
You don't drive up to people in your Lamborghini, splash them with mud, and when they go, what'd you do that for? You go, I'm speaking truth to power.
Yes, the privileged Hollywood actress with $1 billion company behind her is the revolutionary. George Orwell himself would have never.
Agree with you. Fubar Digital Lounge sounds like a bad Oompa Loompa song. It really does. But you know what's weird too is it sounds like what an average, like if someone just improv'd on the spot, you know, who's kind of not like can't carry a tune, just an average person in an improv show, like it improvise a chant. The power of one, the power of many. Like, that's not even a tune. That's not even a chant. It's so stupid. God, dude, her video is exactly like watching the show. She is so proud of herself. She thinks she's a genius at work. She thinks is the coolest thing you've ever seen. And if you hate it, she loves it. She loves even more that you hate it. It's so funny. Did she stick her finger? Oh, jeez. No, not that. That's your opinion, Anthony, and you're entitled to that.
Or come up with anything this dystopian. Journalists gave up their ethics for money and views. As I said before, most of the media sites ran defense for the show. But I guess since Forbes didn't give the show a standing ovation, everyone's against her, and Disney's Acolyte, and everybody's a racist, and yada yada. The second the Forbes journalist called Star Wars relentless mediocrity, he was on the shit list. And on another level, if you think about it,
that would be Eric
journalists
Kane.
are just trying to keep their jobs in the age of AI. And I'm sure many of them are just trying to stay afloat in a world that looks ever increasingly not interested in them. And I would say towing the line is not how you keep your gig. The future is coming and it's always the youth. This one gave me a good laugh because it seems Gen Alpha isn't feeling the progressive narrative and Zoomers are glued to TikTok.
It don't matter. None of this matters.
If you throw...
So that's ItsaGundam with a great take on the video. So hat tip, ItsaGundam. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about Acolyte episode 4. Now, you may have noticed a dearth of videos on the channel this last week, and the first 3 days of this week, I don't know why, but I was sick as a dog. I just was absolutely, I felt like shit, so I punted on work this week. But in any case, I owe you some reviews on the channel, and I don't know that I'm going to have a video for every single episode of The Acolyte, but I definitely, at the very least, want to talk about episode 4, because episode 4, right, resumes the story in the present time, which is the Jedi are going to... Okay, so May... Is it May? Yeah, Osha's the good one. The good twin. May is the evil twin, and she is on a mad quest to hunt out all of the Jedi and kill them all. Well, really, the 4 that wronged her. Can I just point out for a second that the weird thing about the show is the first 2 episodes, May is assassinating these Jedi because a mysterious Sith Lord has trained her. When did she meet the Sith Lord? When did her training start? Who does she think this Sith Lord is? None of those questions are addressed or answered at all. We don't know any of that. None of that is established in any level of setup. It's as if it just pops into existence the moment the camera starts rolling. This storyline has just popped into existence. She is the student of this of this Sith Lord or whatever it is. They never even explain whether it's a Sith or not. They just say just this Smilo Red. He's out there. Okay, great. Now, this story is incredibly painfully predictable to the extent it can even be described as a story. And so immediately I'm thinking, well, it's going to turn out because we know that the Jedi, she blames the Jedi for killing her witch's coven, all of her, 600 moms. They were all wiped out by the Jedi. And she thinks they're evil. They're evil warmongers and they have to be destroyed. Now, we as the audience can automatically predict that what really happened was the Jedi did something that resulted in collateral damage. And are they overtly evil? Not exactly, but maybe they did a bad thing, or they made a mistake that led to the death of all of her multiple mothers. And she's blown this out of proportion, so that we can have the storyline flip and she becomes the hero by the end. So she's aggrieved, but not really. And so that's kind of what I'm predicting. And I'm thinking, wow, how obvious and pedestrian a storyline is that? It's worse. Because in episode 3, they reveal that everything unfolded exactly how the Jedi have been saying, and May, knows that. Because May herself, because the whole narrative is the Jedi are saying May started a fire that killed her family. May is saying the Jedi killed my family, right? So what I'm expecting to see is the reveal that, yeah, it wasn't May who set the fire. In the 3rd episode, they reveal that May says to her sister, I am going to kill you, and then sets the fire that kills all of her people. So May knows that the Jedi didn't set the fire. So why is she on this quest? It doesn't make it doesn't make a lick of sense. Not a lick of sense. So they've actually undone the thin, basically the minimal little premise that is just pushing this creaky, clunky plot along. They removed that in the 3rd episode. So there is no reason for May to be doing any of this. None of it makes any sense at all. So I think, so this is the beginning of episode 4, right? This plot makes less sense now than it ever has. So May goes to this planet where she's going to kill the Wookiee Jedi, Cal Naka. And there's plenty of, I'll definitely probably get into how ridiculous the time jumping is in this. Like the time and distance makes no sense at all. People just pop into existence wherever they're needed, whenever they're needed. But she's on this planet with the apothecary guy, the Ezra Miller guy. Ezra Miller twin, lookalike, doppelganger, however you want to put it. She's in this forest looking for Cal Naka. She has this conversation where she suddenly decides on a whim, you know what? My sister's alive. And my sister is the most important thing in my life. And so I'm going to quit being bad and I'm going to turn myself into the Jedi. And she trusses up Ezra-lite into she gets him in a snare, incapacitates him, and she heads off to find the Wookiee. And if you were thinking you were going to get a badass lightsaber fight with a Wookiee, no luck for you. These writers are so lazy. They are so lazy. They are the laziest writers ever. They spent... Dude, they had the ending to episode 2 was meant as a teaser for what you're going to be in for in this show, or nothing is happening as it is. But don't worry, dear audience. We're going to show you this badass clip of, the Wookiee on his forest planet, taking out a few goons with the Force. And it's like, that's meant to get you excited for the next episode. But the problem with that, for the writers and the creators of this show, is that then they actually have to show a badass fight with a Wookiee, and they're too lazy for that, not to mention too stupid. So she stumbles on Cal Naka, and he's already dead. He's already dead. I couldn't believe it, folks. So May has, on a dime, completely abandoned her mission, completely switched sides, changed her morality. Everything's good now, which I knew this was going to happen. I just didn't expect it to happen on a dime in the middle of episode 4. But the reason I say it's lazy is because the only reason for her to switch sides at this exact moment is that there is now, because of all the stuff I've just mentioned, there is now immediately no purpose for her storyline at this point. She has outlived her usefulness as an antagonist. It is now time for another antagonist, ostensibly a more interesting one, Smilo Ren, to take her place. So rather than do the necessary setup and character work and payoff that a real creative, a real professional like Ryan Condal, for example, would have to do to make this turn happen, no. Geniuses like Leslie Headland, the former personal assistant to Harvey Weinstein, they are too smart for that. They have too much. They have better things to do than all that meticulous plot work. No. They're much too genius for that. For them, it's like, no, we need a new antagonist to take her place. We're going to have her now switch sides. These are the laziest. And if you've ever seen the, shall we say, figure of Leslie Headland, laziness is not something I would put past her. Let's just put it that way. In the words of Officer Jim Dangle of the Reno Sheriff's Department, she's a very unfortunate looking woman. Now, not only are they so lazy, they just drop that. They just, I know, let's have her switch sides. Okay, great. They're so lazy, they just kill the Wookiee off screen. And then they have the audacity. They have the audacity to have this dramatic scene where Smilo Ren, in soft focus, floats down like a dark shadow behind the characters. And my eyes cannot. I strained my eyes rolling them. It was so bad. I'm just like, these writers. This is like a microwaved plot. This is literally like the TV dinner version of making a gourmet meal. You know, they just microwaved plot leftovers for this show. It's so lazy. Anyway, I was pretty amazed by that. I was pretty stunned by that. Like, May just decides on a lark to not be a bad guy anymore. I mean, I knew this was coming. I just did not expect them to do it quite that lazily. So there you go. Anthony's like, oh yeah, she's so bad. She's not bad. She's just misunderstood. Yeah, exactly. No, of course she is a misunderstood, studying and brave hero. That's all she is. But there is a type of person who enjoys this crap. This absolute drivel. It's an unfortunate member of the human species that suffers from a debilitating and possibly incurable disease. It is called Shillery by proxy. It is a tragic and sad fate that I would not wish on my worst enemy. And the people that suffer from this terrible disease of loving everything Disney does to them, they are called shills. And they make me sick to be. Well, I would love to study the shills for you, but unfortunately, I do not have a degree in shill studies, and neither do I have the cast iron stomach that is required for that kind of work. Fortunately, there is a man named Grizzy. He studies the shills. He intuits their moods, their thoughts, how they think, how they arrive at their deranged conclusions. And he clips together their responses, their defenses for all posterity for the historical record, so that one day when Shillery by proxy is a disease that has been cured from humanity, we will be able to look back and see how it happened so as to prevent it from ever happening again. And therefore, let's have a Grizzy video. I don't even have one linked in the stack of stuff yet. I'm just going to go right for it. Going to go to hat tip MrGrizzy. Dude, his channel is just crushing it right now. What is what's his most recent one? I want to see. We have a surfeit. We have a surfeit of Grizzy content here to choose from. There we go. We have, I think we got this one. Yeah, let's do Shills defend episode 4. Take it away, Grizzy.
And of course, now I'm rooting for Kelnaka to not die, please.
I hope it's just a full Kelnaka episode.
Look at this! Look, this is so perfect, chat! Did I not just tell you how this is mean? Even the Shills, folks, like, if I were gonna, like, stage an intervention for Leslie Headland, you know, just like, okay, it's time to, like, get through to her. I would say, listen. The last remaining sliver of humanity that likes this drivel, the very last fans that you have, the Shills, even they, you are abusing even them, because they were hoping for a Chewbacca style, you know, a Wookiee fighting with a lightsaber. You got their hopes up, and these are the last fans you have, and you're letting them down, which is unbelievable.
Episode is going to be like the Predator episode. So like at some point, are we just going to see Kelnaka just like roughnecking it in the trees, just like smearing mud on his face and be like, all right, fucking just spear through the sky.
These people are delusional. This is how, you know, we ask ourselves, how can the Shills take this? How can they watch shit festival after shit festival after shit festival and they never learn? They never learned their lesson. How is that possible? Because look at the fantasy land that they've built for themselves. They are imagining, you know, this freaking Predator movie where the Wookiee's like, you know, he's like the Predator, or in this case, I guess Arnold Schwarzenegger. Oh, he's going to be smearing mud all over him. Oh, he's going to be stalking her in the forest. She's going to be hunting her. She's going to be the hunter becomes the haunted. What, in your experience of this stupid crap, gave you the impression this is what you were about to see? Dude, he is imagining something which does not exist, which is that this is a show written by competent writers. That is the fantasy, sir, madam, or it. Listen to this again. Listen to the fairy tale he's constructed in his headcanon.
Fucking just spear through the sky.
Not gonna happen. No, not gonna happen.
I love when the Shills get excited about something and then in typical Disney Star Wars fashion, it turns out to be clickbait.
If they introduce a Wookiee Jedi and then immediately kill him off, I might actually be really salty.
10 minutes later.
Just introduced a Wookiee Jedi and then just killed him. At least it was off screen, but sad. This is so good. This is so effing good.
You stupid bitch, you filthy slut! Don't you fuck with me!
Folks, that is breathtaking. That is breathtaking, is it not? I can't even believe that. Oh my God, dude. What's the impression I always do of the Shills, man? They're in a sadomasochistic relationship with Disney. The more Disney humiliates them and degrades them, the happier they are. They're like, "Oh, Disney, step on my face," you know, and they love it. They get a sick sexual thrill out of it. And there it is, right there, large as life. I mean, she stated for the record her expectations of quality. She stated her expectations as a fan, as a viewer, as a duly ensconced member of the audience. Dear show, you have teased and set up with the hook at the end of episode 2 that I am about to witness some kind of fight with a Wookiee Jedi, and I have hopes for it, and I realize it may not unfold exactly as I imagine, but I am in for at least that minimum level of... Dude, this is what Blake Snyder and Save the Cat calls the promise of the premise. What do I always say about all these D+ shows? They never deliver on the promise of the premise. Never. Another word for it is the fun and games. The fun and games of a movie, right? If we are watching Raiders of the Lost Ark, right? Watching Indy, do cool fisticuffs on the wings of a plane. That's the promise of the premise. That's what we came to see. Watching Anakin and Obi-Wan fight in Revenge of the Sith. That is the mother of all promise of the premise. That is what we came to see. We came to see Anakin fall to the dark side and to see the fallout of that. And that's exactly what George Lucas delivered. You cannot fail to deliver that, or you have delivered nothing. Nothing. I'm trying to think of like a really good, I would say House of the Dragon never fails to deliver on the promise of the premise, ever. That's one of the great strengths of the show. And certainly this first episode was no exception. But I'm trying to think of like a good example of a movie that does this really well recently. Godzilla -1, right? Brilliant film. What is the promise of the premise? I am going to see a giant lizard trash Tokyo, okay? And it's going to be horrific, and it's going to be something that that shows that there is something being lost. There is something being destroyed when he does this, right? I'm saying in a good Godzilla film, that's what I'm in for. And that scene where he trashes Tokyo in Godzilla -1, it is more. It is more than the promise of the premise, because that also includes the scene where we see Noriko, and we know how much she means to Shikishima, and she gets swept away in the blast. We see Shikishima screaming with impotent rage at this monster that's taken everything from him, and there's nothing he can do. And we see the destruction. Dude, when those blue spines on Godzilla start, extending, and we see the blue light coming out, and then he detonates a nuclear bomb that just wipes everything out, and then his evil lizard mug is coming out of that smoke. He's Godzilla! There's nothing you can do! Everything you've ever loved, everyone you've ever loved, it's all gonna be destroyed! Weep in terror at this beast that is indestructible! That's the promise of the premise, folks. Good movies deliver on that. They never fail to deliver on that. Now, notice how even the dumb as a box of rocks shill that is on display here, she is a member of the audience. You do not... Listen. All this technical stuff I'm telling you about Save the Cat, genres, the rules of the genres, promise of the premise, that's inside baseball. That's what's under the hood of a story. And the only reason I'm interested in that is because I work under the hood. I write stories. So those are the things. And if you're a creative, you study that, the workings, the Swiss watch perfection of a good story. The audience is not consciously aware of any of this, right? The average John Q audience has no conscious awareness of these principles, nor should they, right? You, as a sailor and starnaut, a member of the Swords and Starship audience, you are here for trenchant, cutting-edge story structure analysis. You are an unusual breed. If you watch the Captain's Cast on the Swords and Starships channel, please like and subscribe and tell a friend. You are interested because you have the rare, weaponized nerdiness that we all share, which is we just, we love to know more. But the average audience member does not and need not have any awareness of these principles whatsoever. The beauty of a good story is everything disappears. If you're watching a great film like Godzilla -1, everything else, the world, your worries, your troubles in life, how much money you got in the bank account, whatever it is, all that goes away. And it's just you and this world of the characters. That's because all those things I talk about are quietly, silently, behind the scenes, ticking away. And just like clockwork, moving to perfection so that reality disappears and the illusion becomes the reality. That's the magic and beauty of cinema and good TV. That's what it can do. This shill consciously is not aware of these rules, but she instinctively knows that I have been promised something. I have been promised a fight with a Wookiee. I have been promised a Jedi-Wookiee battle. She doesn't know consciously why she should expect that. She just knows that she should. By the way, she's correct. She is correct because the story did promise that to her. It promised that to her. And because these writers are lazy, stupid people. That's right, I'm talking to you, Leslie Headland. You're a moron. These stupid people who do not belong behind a camera do not understand these rules. They're not even in the ballpark, folks. They don't even care. They don't even care. They're going to go make some stupid TikTok video about how you're a racist because you're mad that you didn't get to see a Wookiee fight. Because you're the idiot. You're the one that you should have known better. You should have a more enlightened view. Don't you know this is a stunning and brave diversity showcase? Why should you care if there's no Wookiee fighting in it? You dumb rubes are just supposed to like this crap. Now this shill, that's what they're saying to you, not me, my dear audience. And that's what this shill, she's about to have her face stepped on, folks. I gotta play this again. I'm telling you, this is a breathtaking moment here. This is the shill in the wild, being done dirty, and then thanking Disney for doing it to her.
A Wookiee Jedi and then immediately kill him off, I might actually be really salty.
10 minutes later.
Just introduced a Wookiee Jedi and then just killed him. At least it was off screen, but sad. This is so good. This is so effing good.
You stupid bitch, you filthy slut! Did you fuck with me?
Dude, it's breathtaking. And I even love how she's already in her mind making the excuses for why, this is why it's even better. Because it subverted my expectations. It broke the rules of good story structure, but never mind that. This is what idiots, hacks like Ryan Johnson use as an excuse to justify their bad storytelling. But yeah, she's making, I'm an enlightened and intelligent person because I can appreciate why this is an even better way of telling a story because it made me want the fight with the Wookiee, but it decided to subvert that. So it's brilliant and stunning and brave.
Diminish areas. Oh my god. Guys, there's a white Jedi.
What? I almost did a spit take, folks. I literally almost blew water all over my keyboard. I'm taking a drink. What did he just say? He just pointed out that there's a white Jedi. This shill? These shills who were talking last week about how we're all racist and bigots? That's pretty amazing.
Call Star Wars theory. There's a white Jedi in the TV show. We can all stop freaking the fuck out.
Dude, you're...
that's why. Okay, now I see his angle. I was wondering. It's like, what's he getting at here? God, these people are so pathetic.
Your wife cheats on you on OnlyFans for money.
I'll take Horage for 200.
So keep talking shit, I guess, but every time you do...
Well, in reality, it just makes you look like a dumbass.
And this is so...
Dude, we are living rent-free in the shills' heads. We really are. Like, dude, everyone hates the show. 13% audience score on Rotten Tomatoes. We are part of a super majority of just audience. I'm not even going to say fans, just the super majority audience for this show hate it. And these wackos are talking about, call Star Wars theory. There's a white guy in it.
Lord of the Rings, dress in robe.
It's a big fellowship shot.
This is giving me Lord of the Rings vibes. Marching in the mountains.
Fucking hike through the hill. Yes.
I mean, it seems like an obvious thing to call upon, but I'll say it. This feels like Predator.
What the fuck are you people on? You called last week's episode Game of fucking Thrones.
This is the most Game of Thrones feeling episode they've done.
Then it's Lord of the Rings because they're hiking.
I'm telling you, even season 8 of Game of Thrones beats this show hands down.
On a hill. Then it's Predator because they're hiking in the woods. Anything else?
There are some alien vibes in this episode as well.
Go fuck yourself.
Oh.
Yep. Oh, it's a bug. Oh! Oh, no, it's a bug.
Nut gobbler.
They look like the Predator. Holy shit.
Shut the fuck up.
I don't need to do this anymore. I don't need to kill a Jedi without a weapon. I don't need to keep this deal. What?
No. Dude. Okay, that's the exact moment she flips her character. By the way, if that feels like out of nowhere, it's exactly that jarring in the show. Like, literally, there is no setup to this. The whole episode up to that moment, she is totally about, oh, I'm going to kill the Jedi, kill them all, get rid of all the Jedi. And then out of nowhere, this is what happens.
They look like the Predator. Holy shit.
Shut the fuck up. I don't need to do this anymore. I don't need to kill a Jedi without a weapon. I don't need to keep this deal. What?
No. Just got interesting.
No way. 10 minutes off.
Yeah, I'm gonna screw over this Sith guy that we've been working for and turn myself in. And I love that whole idea that she wants to make herself better and, in fact, look at different ideologies here.
It makes no fucking sense, and it wasn't built to at all.
With a wise
God, I don't understand. The story could just do anything, and you don't care. There's nothing that you require, no reasoning or character work for anything. You just whatever it puts in front of you, fine. I cannot understand the mentality of someone like that.
Tico said in Last Jedi, right? We're not going to win by destroying what we hate. We're going to win by protecting what we love.
What we love, yeah.
Wow.
Oh my frick.
It's like some True Detective shit.
You're an idiot.
For some reason,
they have compared this show to The Predator, The Predator, Game of Thrones, True Detective. What was the other show they compared it to? I mean, folks, the level of delusion here is off the charts. It's off the charts. Fubar Digital Lounge says, oh, it's a bug, and Jesus wept. If it's interesting, why must you state the obvious? Because Shills, Shills state the colors. The Shills state colors on the screen. Red. It's red. In their defense, Fubar, what else are they gonna root for? Dude, literally, when it's like, oh, he Vadered. What else do they have? There's nothing else on offer in these shows. There's nothing resembling a plot. There's nothing resembling complex characters. None of the intrigue in these shows is actually intriguing. So they really calling out colors and objects in the scene. That's all they can do. It's blue. The lightsaber is blue. Fucking get. Fucking Shills make me sick. Okay, Fubar Digitalist says, Captain, I must be honest. The more I lost Shills, the fun is gone. All I'm left with is the desire to watch all of their bacon burn. They do not deserve fine bacon. I don't fully understand that comment, Fubar, but I can appreciate the spirit of it.
Reason I actually thought that we were going to save our Wookiee friend, and then all of a sudden, boom, he's slashed when he turns around. I'm like, cliche for a mystery like this where you're trying to hunt.
All right. Let me just state for the record, I do not hate the Shills. I really don't. I'm sure that, look, hey, nobody's perfect. I'm just having fun at their expense. I'm just mocking them, memeing on them, having a little fun. I wish them all well in their personal lives, even though they hold some bizarre ideas that I don't agree with. But I will just say, look, I wish them all well. I hope they're all having a great life. I think some of their behavior is unfortunate because it's sowing kind of division where there doesn't need to be. And I don't like that. I would happily have conversations with these Shills. They probably would want to talk to me. But I would love to have respectful disagreements with these Shills. I really would. I'd be like, okay, why do you think that way? Well, what was so good about it? I think it'd probably be kind of pointless, but I'd be open to it. Some of them seem somewhat reasonable, but generally, they are, as Mahler put it, they are bad take machine guns, and it's fun to mock them, and I will continue to do.
Down a killer, but phenomenal to say the least.
Don't ask questions. Just consume product and then get excited for next product.
He's here.
Oh.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh, this is it. Oh, the show is so proud of itself on this moment. You could just tell. You could just almost, I swear to God, I can almost see Leslie Headland while she's watching the dailies on this. You know, she's just pulling off her shoe on the sly and just sniffing her own shoe. She's so happy about this scene. She's such a genius.
Oh! Just floating down? Just floating down?
There it is. It's just like you said, Fubar. He's just stating what he sees. Oh, he's floating down. He's floating. I think something else is floating, sir.
Oh, is he floating in?
Is he floating? Is he floating in? What? What? There's something wrong with these people. Is he floating in? Yes, sir, Madam Marit, he is floating. I can tell you are a very insightful member of the audience.
I don't know what in Jesus Christ's name that reaction was.
I don't like the helmet.
Slender. I like it. It's like very anime.
Helmet.
Yeah.
Then, when the Sith
Look at how hard it is. Look at how hard it is for them to ever say anything negative. She's like, I don't like the helmet. It's like, and then immediately one of the other shills mansplains to her that I do like the helmet. The helmet is good because it's in this show. And then she's like, well, I like that you like it. It's so funny. They can't even. Dude, the helmet is stupid. It's so lame. Dude, Mahler's name for it, Smilo Ren, is perfect. It looks like a really bad grill. It's like a really bad grill. And it's so obviously a cheap knockoff of Kylo Ren's helmet. And Kylo Ren isn't even a giantly popular character anyway. So it's so ridiculous. It's like not even a good thing to knock off.
I don't like the helmet.
Slender. I like it. It's like very anime.
Like the helmet.
Yeah.
Oh my God, they're both of them just dog. I like the helmet. I like the helmet. I like that it's a helmet and it is in this show.
Then, when the Sith Master deploys a red lightsaber.
By the way, we do not know if this is a Sith Master. We don't know if this is a Sith. We have no idea. This show does no world building, no lore building at all. So everyone keeps saying, and I understand, it's for lack of a better term. What else are you going to call him? He is approximately a Sith of some kind. It's a she. When that helmet comes off, it is a she. Stunning and brave. You just wait. But anyway, yeah, there's no lore in the show. So Grace Randolph, you're not even acting on good information.
Red. That's red.
Oh! Fucking red blade. Let's go.
Oh, whoa!
Oh my God! Are you shitting?
Oh! Now that was a very high energy shill face, if I do say so myself.
No! Yes, yes.
No.
When you're a clown, nobody takes you seriously.
Why? Oh my.
What in the hell is this woman smoking? I'm worried about this woman's mental health, okay? We need the paddy wagon. We need the padded room for this. This woman is having a psychotic break on screen. She literally correctly identified how stupid and lazy this show is. I can't wait to see the Wookiee fight. Oh no, if you kill off the Wookiee off screen, I'm going to be really upset. Oh, you just killed the Wookiee off screen. That's the best thing I've ever seen. She's the Joker. She's Harley Quinn, man.
Boy, you really are a sad little fucker, aren't you?
All joking aside, I think this woman is absolutely nuts.
Dude, big agree.
Okay.
Big agree. Like, dude, do not date this woman. Avoid.
I like this better now.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That was such a phenomenally directed and written episode.
You're a stupid dumbass.
Maybe it's won some of you over as well, or at least opened you up to giving the show a bit of a chance.
No. 4 episodes, Grace. 4 episodes. Like, please, frack off. No show gets more than 5 minutes, honestly. After 5 minutes, we're in overtime. We are in overtime. If I am still watching after 5 minutes and I haven't decided whether I like the show, I am being generous. I am being magnanimous. By the way, same rule with books. If I read chapter 1 of a book and I'm not into it, and I'm still reading chapter 2, we're in overtime now. And if I don't get something I want in like the first couple chapters, I'm returning the book for a refund. Happily so. And as a writer myself, this is me at my most masochistic. But by the way, that's fair. That is a fair deal. If I have not hooked the audience in chapter 1, I understand that I failed as a writer to achieve my result. Or I'm just not your cup of tea. Either way, acceptable.
Thanks for watching, and if you enjoyed the video, please like and subscribe.
Already done, Grizzy. Like, subscribe, MrGrizzy on YouTube. A man, a myth, a legend is Grizzy performing, it needs to be said, a service to humanity. Dude, the level of delusion, it's off the charts, man. I can't believe that. It's so funny. Is there anything Disney can do that would make these people feel betrayed? Like, literally anything. Every one of those shills. Hang on a second. Cop button. Hang on. Every one of those shills basically started out by saying, I want a badass Wookiee fight, and I better damn well get one. And then they didn't get one, and they clapped like seals anyway. It's like, I feel sorry for them. Dude, listen, we should not hate the shills. We should not hate them. They are entitled to shill for whatever they want to shill for, and I wish them well. We should feel sorry for the shills. They suffer, folks. They suffer. They suffer from a terrible disease. It's likely incurable. Frankly, I think we should be starting a GoFundMe for their Make-A-Wish. Would you consider sponsoring a shill? Your donation could save the life of a shill. With just $1 a day, you could change everything for the shill. Their quality of life could be improved massively. Anthony says, oi, clam breath is at it again. Oh, that would be Chlamydia Burns. You know, I was on Grizzy's member stream, in the chat, and I was driving, so I was parked when I sent this text, but I was kind of on the road, so I couldn't like interact with the chat, but I just dashed off a quick question hoping he would see it, just like, how did you come up with the name Chlamydia Burns? I really want to know. I'm going to have to send a super chat. I have no choice. I'm going to have to send I have no choice. It's got to be done. I'm going to send a super chat asking MrGrizzy, how did you come up with the name Chlamydia Burns? It's inspired. It's brilliant. It's sophisticated. I envy you, sir. I envy your brilliance. Chlamydia Burns. Now, the interesting thing about this whole Acolyte situation, I mean, there you have it, my dear chat, my dear sailors and Starnauts. In episode 4, which, it's funny, I think Chris Gore over at Film Threat, I think he undersold how bad this episode was because he considers episode 3 is the giant dumpster fire. And of course, it is the talk of the internet. But just strictly from a writing perspective, episode 4 was the worst. It was the worst one. I mean, it was nonsense. Nonsense. I almost feel more motivated to tear that one to shreds in a review than episode 3, partially because, I mean, what's left to be said about episode 3? But episode 4, as a matter of writing and character development and story structure, it's the exact reverse opposite of everything good or coherent in storytelling. So, not the least of that is May just at the drop of a hat changing her entire motivation. She's gonna go surrender herself to the Jedi now. Oh, I'm sorry I killed like 2 Jedi Masters, but I'm now gonna surrender myself into your custody. It's bizarre. It's really bizarre. Like, there's nothing in this character's journey which explains this motivation even slightly. Her character's love of her sister doesn't even make sense because she tried to kill her sister as a child. It doesn't even make sense. Nothing about it tracks. But there you have it. So in the in the very empty, voluminous, square-shaped, echoey head that is Leslie Headland's head. And there's a lot of talk of how people are being, Star Wars Theory, for example, says, be respectful in your critiques. And I would say we, as members of the audience, should be respectful, roughly, to one another in our discussions online. But it sounded as though he was saying, and perhaps I have him wrong on this, be respectful to the creatives on this show. Screw that! Leslie Headland is a stupid human being. She is a truly stupid woman. I mean, I'm sorry, it's just a fact. You don't produce something drivel at this level without missing a few brain cells, okay? I'm sorry, is that disrespectful? Well, I meant it. Anyway, this is her idea of moral relativism, morally gray, complex nuance. Oh, it's Breaking Bad in space. Oh, is that what you've told here? But that being said, this obsession with the moral relativism of the Jedi, I actually think this represents a larger problem in the Star Wars fandom. And I'm not talking about, your garden variety shills anymore. I'm just saying we of the general Star Wars audience. And I do not mean this to be critical of people who have bought into this idea. I don't mean this critically, but it is a problem, which is the meme, the idea, the collective idea that the Jedi Order, as established in the prequel trilogy and the Clone Wars, which I did like, but I now disregard. I now disregard the Clone Wars. I'm no longer interested in the Clone Wars continuity. There are 6 Star Wars films. That's good enough for me. I don't really need anything else beyond that. 6 Star Wars films. I enjoy them for what they are. I always will. That's the beginning and the end of the story as far as this Star Wars fan is concerned. You may disagree, and I have no issue with that. I understand. But Dave Filoni is such a unbelievable moron. The man is... I cannot believe I ever mistakenly respected that man. I really can't. It was the Clone Wars, that would be the CGI animated show, that introduced a lot of the nonsense about the witches of Dathomir. I know they were also in the extended universe, but all this, the Sith witches and all this stuff, you know what? I don't need any of that. I don't need any of that. I don't want to hear any of that. I'm so over all that crap. Disney Star Wars has so poisoned the well. It's unbelievable, man. I just want to get back to the Skywalker saga. It was a great story in a galaxy far, far away. It's over now. Dude, this is where I'm at with Star Trek, and I am a massive, or was, a massive Trekkie. Much more than I am a Star Wars fan, a Trekkie. And that's how I feel about Star Trek. Star Trek is a thing which existed. It is now over. And by the way, that's okay. I've made my peace with that. Not everything has to last forever. Nothing lasts forever. In the words of Ambassador Spock himself in Star Trek VI, The Undiscovered Country, all things end. It's the truth of our existence, as Captain Picard once said to Tolian Soren on Viridian 3. Still, I consider it a flaw in the reasoning of Star Wars fans to view the Jedi as a corrupt political order that really had gone astray. They were no longer the good guys. They had become a kind of state police. And by the way, I somewhat bought into this at one stage of my Star Wars fandom experience, if you will. But I've changed my mind about that. Like, I think the reality is, yes, the Jedi made mistakes. What they became was ossified. Ossified is a word that just means rigid and stuck in your ways, to the point where you can no longer function as you're supposed to. So institutions, organizations, cultures, societies, people can become ossified. And I think that the Jedi, after 2,000 years of defending truth and peace and justice in the galaxy, I think it is fair to say, as established in the Star Wars prequels, they became, if not morally corrupt, I don't believe they were morally corrupt, but they had become ossified. And this led to them becoming complacent, which in turn led to their downfall, because the Sith, as governed by the rule of two, remained dynamic, they remained hungry, they still had that killer instinct that the Jedi no longer had. And this is why Palpatine's plan, which was a generational plan, 2,000 years in the making, ultimately, finally, was able to bring off Order 66 and finally destroy the Jedi for good. Or so he thought. I think within all of that, the Jedi were still the good guys. Complacent? Yes. Ossified? Definitely. But still the good guys. Still a beautiful institution devoted to the study of a spiritual energy, which was part of and belonging to all beings. The ally of all living beings is the Force. The reason that Han Solo and the average person say, "May the Force be with you," as a tiding of good fortune, is because it's a tradition. And because that tradition implies the general understanding that the Force is available to all. It is an ally to all living beings. You know, I really love how Ryan Condal, I mean, the angriest man on the internet, who also is a brilliant student, one might also say acolyte, of Star Wars lore. He knows a lot about the extended universe, much more than I do, because I never read the extended universe books, although I'm thinking about getting into Heir to the Empire and some of the other stuff. But anyway, he explained that it is a misunderstanding to think that Darth Plagueis created Anakin, because some fans think, well, Darth Plagueis was experimenting with, abilities many would consider to be unnatural. And he instigated the midichlorians to create life. Well, it actually turns out, according to the extended universe lore, that what really happened was Plagueis was tinkering with things man ought not. And he was trying to create life and control life and stop death with the midichlorians. And he was playing with powers beyond his ken, and he was failing. He was failing to achieve his goal, but he was sort of on the brink of unleashing a Pandora's box, let's say. And the Force, because the natural living Force is in opposition to this kind of negative meddling, right, responded. The Force itself responded by creating Anakin as the chosen one in order to balance this evil meddling in the energies of the Force, right? So in other words, Anakin's existence is an immune response to a dark, evil Force meddling in it, right? And unbalancing it. Now, I think that is an elegant and brilliant story element. Like, that's a brilliant element of the lore. the fact that Anakin himself then became an instrument of the dark side, that's the word I'm looking for, dark side. They don't say the word dark side anymore in Star Wars. You notice this? The dark side was unbalancing the Force through Plagueis, right? And so Anakin was an immune response to that, created by the Force, but then he himself became twisted by the dark side and wound up unbalancing it even further until Luke and Anakin together destroyed the Emperor and restored balance to the Force. The absence of the dark side is balance. That is a key point. Dave Filoni's insipid continuity has installed the idea, and maybe George Lucas had some hand in this in the Clone Wars series, I don't know. But either way, the Clone Wars series with that dyad and all that crap kind of introduced the idea that an equal amount of dark side and an equal amount of light is what creates balance in the Force. Therefore, there must be Sith and there must be Jedi. And I think Ryan Condal is very correct in pointing out this is a misreading of the Star Wars lore. That's actually not how it's supposed to work. That's not actually what it is. And Lucas is on record explaining this. Balance is the good side of the Force. The light side is the balance because the minute you want something, the minute you have desire and greed, this is how Lucas explains it, that creates an imbalance in you. And that creates an imbalance in the universe because now there's things like envy and desire and revenge and hatred, and those create the imbalance. It's the absence of those things that restores balance to the Force. I think that's all very eloquent. And what all of that is getting at is that in the proper reading of the story, in my view, when it is the Jedi and the dark side is defeated and it's the Jedi doing what they're supposed to be doing, we have good and we have balance and we have good things. The Jedi, at the end of the day, whatever their faults, were good. We have lost sight of this. So I want to share again an article by Spencer Bakuli in Bounding into Comics, which I think explains this brilliantly. And I think that the misunderstanding of these facts is exactly what explains the Acolyte and Ahsoka and a lot of this garbage that we've been subjected to, where, you know, by leaps and bounds, inches and degrees, they are turning the Jedi into the bad guys. They are turning them into, we need to defund the Jedi. You know what I mean? We're turning them into the oppressors, and it's weird, creepy, witch covens that are turning into the good guys that are stunning and brave. And this is a big reason why. Opinion. How Palpatine's good as a point of view fooled not only Anakin Skywalker, but also a generation of Star Wars fans. This was written in January this year by Stephen Kent. Did I say Spencer Bakuli? I thought it was Spencer Bakuli. My mistake. I need to update that in the stack of stuff. That was Stephen Kent. I got that wrong. I'm sorry about that, chat. I could have swore I read. He's also an op-ed writer on Bounding into Comics. But anyway, okay, correction. Stephen Kent's brilliant article in Bounding into Comics. Quote, "What you're about to read is a Star Wars story, believe it or not. Ever since the horrific October 7th attack on Israel by the terrorist organization Hamas, I've been thinking a lot about the reality of good and evil, and when exactly Westerners lost sight of how to tell the difference between the two. From the pro-Palestinian protests blocking major highways to the mainstream calls for Jewish genocide on every major college campus, we're seeing now the rotten fruit of seeds planted in the years after 9/11. Moral relativism has taken over our culture." Let me see if I can get rid of this ad here. Can I get rid of this? I don't think I can. Bounding into Comics, unfortunately, is a bit of a struggle. America had a honeymoon period of unity and courage after the 9/11 attacks. There was a sense on the streets in Washington, in the media, and in our universities what had to be done after the Twin Towers fell. We'd go after the bad guys in Afghanistan. Then the mission creep began, and George W. Bush announced in 2003 his intent to depose Saddam Hussein in Iraq. A shift began. I was 14 when the first trailer for Star Wars Episode 3, The Revenge of the Sith, debuted on November 5th, 2004. By that time, the Iraq War was a little more than a year old. When my friends and I saw that trailer, the discussions over lunch at school were all about the rise of the Empire and the collapse of democracy. We were curious how the good guys would become the bad guys. We know about George Lucas's concerns about the legacy of Vietnam and phony wars, and we started to theorize that George W. Bush could be a Palpatine-like figure. After all, this was right after Episode 2, Attack of the Clones, where Chancellor Palpatine took on emergency powers from the Galactic Senate, mirroring real events happening in the United States with the Patriot Act. From the moment Palpatine remarked to Anakin Skywalker that, quote, good is a point of view, and that the Sith and the Jedi are similar in almost every way, including their quest for greater power, many Star Wars fans began to take this idea seriously, just as Anakin Skywalker did. And it's easy to see why. Given what was going on in the real world with America's slide from justified victim to human rights abuser, shown most clearly in the infamous Abu Ghraib prison reports of late 2003, we've never recovered from this crisis of self-perception. Good guys must be bad guys, and bad guys must be misunderstood, or even good, or even stunning and brave, in the case of the Acolyte. That's why I produced this video on Star Wars and morality for Geeky Stoics, to unpack what Star Wars does and does not teach us about objective right and wrong. And actually, I should probably check that out. And I did also promise, I forgot, Wrangler. I promised we were going to look at your video. Don't let me forget. We'll look at that. Resuming with the article, I was like Anakin once. My 20s were a time of taking Palpatine's words as fact. I affirmed lies with who's to say, and covered for a handful of personal failings with the warm blanket of having, quote, empathy. It feels very good to win the battle of who is more open-minded, something that explains much of our disintegrating culture in the West. The smartest people in the room tend to be those who can best explain the case for barbarism, terror, and death. But it's a deception. The same people who take Palpatine at his word don't tend to have nice things to say about what Anakin did to the younglings in the Jedi Temple. They know that that was wrong. But for some reason, the fandom narratives about Anakin's fall being justified always goes back to the corruption within the Jedi Order. As if a religious institution being politicized is a straight line to justifying their extermination and the death of innocents. Years later, in Star Wars Episode 5, The Empire Strikes Back, Luke Skywalker is training with Yoda on Dagobah, and he wants to know about the dark side. He asks first, is the dark side stronger? Yoda answers, no, quicker, easier, more seductive. Luke goes on, how am I to know the good side from the bad? A good question. Yoda is clear in his response. You will know when you are calm, at peace, passive. C.S. Lewis, The Chronicles of Narnia, spoke about this very idea on air during the German air raids over London during World War II. He broadcast a series of talks between 1941 and 1944, which are now collected in the book Mere Christianity, where Lewis works his way through ethical questions about human existence that led him to believe in God. His first observation is that we human beings know right from wrong innately. He calls this the law of nature, beginning with simple indecencies, such as, hey, you took my seat, I was sitting there first, and leave that person alone, he's not doing you any harm. Human beings appeal to one another's sense of what the standards of behavior should be. We almost expect people to know it. The other man very seldom replies, well, to hell with your standard, and if they do, a special excuse is about to follow. Lewis continues. Anakin Skywalker knew that murdering Jedi children was wrong. But he had a special excuse in what he saw of Mace Windu's attempt to arrest Palpatine, as well as his visions of Padme's untimely death. Leftist Americans know that the mass murder and rape of Israeli civilians attending a music festival is wrong. But if they can fit the victims into the position of colonizer, it can be tolerated in the name of social justice. Lewis asks us to make note of the things we make excuses for. By the way, I'll pause here for just a second to say this existed on the right as well. The very same thing in the minds of right-wing Americans when it came to the policy of, quote, enhanced interrogations. In other words, torture. In other words, waterboarding, right? We put terrorists in Guantanamo Bay off of American soil proper in order to circumvent certain international laws. And we used waterboarding, which, while not lethal, we could rephrase it as enhanced interrogations. And to my everlasting shame, I was one such person who made excuses for that behavior. I made excuses for it. Well, these are desperate times. Do you want another 9/11 or don't you? And I'm here to tell you, this is me speaking, Captain Garrett. I'm telling you right now, I was wrong. I was wrong. The minute we make compromises on morals like that, we've started to lose everything. Or maybe we've lost everything. And these recent years are absolute proof of that, in my mind. So this isn't just a left-wing or a right-wing thing. Anyone can make excuses for something that we all know deep in our gut is wrong. The article goes on. Lewis asks us to make note of the things we make excuses for. It tends to be that we make excuses for cowardice, anger, revenge, lust, and greed. No one makes excuses for not cheating on their spouse, not screaming when they're angry, or not attacking an enemy in the streets. Like Yoda suggests, when you are still, listening, calm, and at peace, you will know what the good side is and can distinguish it from the bad. You've always known. Anakin Skywalker was the opposite of all of these things. He was panicked, paranoid, stressed, and filled with a sense of impending doom, like when he dreamed... He sounds like Greta Thunberg. Like when he dreamed of the death of his mother in the Attack of the Clones. He was a prime target for Palpatine's manipulation. And so are we. All of us living in times of chaos and cultural unraveling worry about the future of democracy and self-government. We're gripped in 24-hour news cycles of terror and anxiety. Our heroes are constantly torn down and recast as villains, and our country has without a doubt gotten worse, not better, in the years since the 9/11 attacks. But this did not happen because America responded to genuine evil with strength and a sense of righteousness. It happened because we blinked. And that would be the opinion piece in Bounding into Comics by Stephen Kent. A brilliant piece. I wholeheartedly agree with it. I think he's absolutely right about this. There is not moral relativism in Star Wars. The Jedi are the good guys. The Sith and the Darksiders are the bad guys. End of story. End of story. Now, does that mean we can't tell a story about corrupt Jedi or maybe Sith that are conflicted and tempted towards the light? Of course not. In fact, I think that that is why such a story would be so interesting, because it would add context, right? It would be the exception that proves the rule. In fact, if this show, The Acolyte, could for 1 second set aside how stunning and brave it thinks its protagonist and antagonist are, that would be May and Osha, and actually consider the real moral weight of what's going on, it could have told a brilliant story. It actually could have told a pretty brilliant story. I think the idea of an idealistic youth who couldn't wait to join the Jedi, and then another youth who perceives the Jedi as having destroyed her world and being bad mistakenly, and then falling into the clutches of a Darksider that's manipulating her. I think there's a lot of potential there. I think there's a really interesting story that you could possibly tell. Now, is it honestly worth $180 million in the investment of time and all that? I don't know. Probably not. I think there's a lot simpler, better stories you could tell. The interesting thing about Disney is they can't get the basic Star Wars narrative right, which is a simple Golden Fleece story about an adventure in space with good versus evil. They can't even tell that story. They haven't told that story successfully even one single time. I mean, the only exception might be Rogue One, but Rogue One, it really wasn't much of a hero's journey. It was really just, you're kind of just getting the backstory to how the rebels got the plans. And I like it. I like Rogue One. Believe it or Rogue One was a shit show until Tony Gilroy, the writer of Andor, an actual talent who wrote the Bourne trilogy, among other great films. That project, Rogue One, was an absolute shit show. And it was going down in flames until Tony Gilroy got there and managed to string it into a adequate and serviceable film. So you have Tony Gilroy to thank for that movie not being the first absolute travesty that Disney made. It's sad to say, Star Wars is in the hands of absolute morons who cannot tell the basic Star Wars story. They can't tell it. It's simple. But the problem is they don't have the moral compass or, frankly, any of the talent to tell it. So there you go. But they are also infected by the mind virus that the Jedi were never truly the good guys and the Sith were never truly the bad guys. It's as if all of Star Wars was being told by an unreliable narrator who's biased in favor of the Jedi. And by the way, I hear a lot of fans interpreting the films that way. Oh, well, the only reason Luke thought the bad guys were the bad guys is because Obi-Wan told him so. And it's like, well, yes, Obi-Wan told him so. Also, he was correct, So I just think it's very important to bring that story out. Again, Stephen Kent's brilliant opinion piece about Star Wars is not about moral relativism and should not be. And it is wackos who don't understand the difference between telling a complex story that calls into question the morals of the Jedi and simply not understanding the morality of Star Wars that are writing this trash fire and will continue to do. I mean, I don't think we are ever again going to see the Jedi as pure heroes. I'm serious about this. I don't think we are ever going to see it again. In fact, I think even the Rey movie, which is going to, if it comes out, is going to bend itself into pretzels to show how stunning and brave Rey is by comparison with Luke Skywalker and all the past Jedi. Dude, Rey is going to be portrayed as Space Jesus. She is going to be the Space Jesus who finally gets it right with the Jedi Order. She is the one that finally creates a Jedi Order that are the good guys. And even then, the story is going to have a major thread, a major theme at work in it, which is going to illustrate that even just the idea of building a Jedi Order is problematic, and we got to watch out. We got to watch out for not recreating the sins of the past. I guarantee you it's going to be a major feature of the plot. There's going to be a lot of hand-wringing in it about whether it's even moral to be a Jedi. You see if I'm wrong. I don't think we're ever going to see a heroic Jedi story again. And these dumb shills will be there disappointed, but clapping anyway. Nothing can quite compare to seeing that shill literally say, if you kill this Wookiee off screen, I'm going to be mad at you. You killed the Wookiee off screen? You're geniuses. I've never said it's unbelievable. I do not hate the shills. Listen, I mean this seriously. I wish the shills well. Nobody should be harassed. I'm not saying, this is not to you, my dear audience. I'm just stating for the record my feelings about it. I don't think anyone needs to be mean to them in the comments. I mean, roast them. Roast their bad takes. I have no problem with that. You know what I mean? But like, I want them all to live happy, long, healthy lives. I think they're being assholes. Don't get me wrong. I think they're acting like assholes. That's fair enough. They are acting like assholes, but that doesn't mean I wish them ill. But they do make me sick. They really do. I mean, well, what can I say? I don't like sycophantic people. I just, wish them well. Have a great life. You do you. I do not like sycophants. I cannot stand it. Anyone I feel that is, just worshiping at the feet of someone and trying to get approval and social credit. I don't like it. It's like my biggest turnoff. So anyway, there you go. But Anthony says that. Frack him. Let him cook. Oh, jeez. But listen, this is the other thing, though, is I make a distinction between the work and the creative behind the work. And my attitude is, you make something, and it goes for yours truly as well. You make something, you put it on the internet, you've created a work, and the audience has every right to have every opinion about that work that they want to have, and to roast it, and to roast the work. Just that's the nature of the beast. There's nothing you can do about that. All right, folks. Well, we've had quite a fun night. I think we got to bring this this bird into the hangar. However, I do know Wrangler has a video. It's a quick one. Let's grab this one real quick. Frequency Studios. Hat tip Frequency Studios. I'm going to share this. This one's for you, Wrangler. Present, share screen. So, title of the video is The Coven of Brendok, Star Wars versus Samus Aran. Wrangler, I cannot believe you know the name of the Coven. I've watched the episode twice. I don't know the name of that. Well, that's right. Brendok is the planet. Who cares? Dude, Chat GPT, Star Wars planet names. You know what I should do? I should go to Chat GPT right now and just say, Chat GPT, give me 10 planet names. I guarantee they'll be more interesting. But anyway, here we go.
Power of one. The power of two. The power of many. The power of one. The power of two. The power of many.
Good God. Okay, that's pretty cool. Oh, that was pretty clever. That's the Samus, the Metroid planet detonation. Dude, I love Super Metroid. It's the GOAT, man. Dude. Okay. That was good, man. I like that. Oh, a round of applause for Frequency Studio, aka Wrangler, in the chat. Samus Aran successfully blew up Brendok, and she did the galaxy a big favor. A big favor. That's pretty hilarious. That's pretty good. I like that. I really like that. Okay, we're going to close it out. We're going to close it out with one more goodie, okay? If you don't know, Star Trek is dead. It's been dead, since, let's see. When did Star Trek Enterprise end? When did Star Trek Enterprise end? I think it was like 2004, if memory serves. 2005. I was close. May 13th, 2005, the final airing of Star Trek Enterprise, the last good Star Trek that there was. And that is how long Star Trek has been dead. And what is happening since then is anything but. However, I want to take a look at this video because STD, that is Star Trek Discovery, is mercifully, finally, benevolently over. And Dave Cullen has a video called It's Finally Over. So let's check it out. I'm kind of interested in his thoughts. Check out Dave Cullen's show. He's a great YouTuber. Great YouTuber. Threw a like on the video. Here we go. I don't know if we're going to do the whole thing. It's like 16 minutes, but I'm curious his thoughts on Discovery ending.
So some of us, and indeed I'm sure many of you, are currently experiencing an extreme case of the Mandela effect. Yes, the Mandela effect. Because Britney Spears really did have that microphone in that music video, you know, the little headset thing. And the Monopoly guy really did have that monocle, didn't he? And didn't Star Trek Discovery get cancelled after its second season? Right? Am I wrong? But then CERN fired up its Large Hadron Collider and then transported humanity into an alternate reality. Now, Star Trek Discovery has done 5 seasons. Yeah, I know. Many of you are watching it. You're like, what, Discovery?
I have a question, chat. If this is true, let's just assume this is true, and the CERN Collider has pushed us into an alternate reality where this is all the case, and Disney, Star Wars, and all this stuff. Do you think in the long run we will have wound up in the better timeline? I do. I think because let's if we slipped into an alternate time stream, what's in the other one where we're supposed to be? I guess in that one, Star Wars is good, and we have a president who does not crap his pants in front of foreign dignitaries. And we probably think, gee, that sounds pretty good. Gee, that sounds like a great time. I wish I were over there. And I wouldn't blame you. I would not blame you. But is it not possible that in the long run, it's actually that universe which will unravel even worse? You know, that's the one where, like, seriously, it's the end of days and we wind up with a post-apocalyptic hellscape. And we actually are in the one that's going to avert that disaster because we went through the dark times and came out better the other side. I'd like to think we, counterintuitively, we found ourselves in the better timeline.
Did 5 years? What? I thought that ended years ago. Well, it did. I think in a Mandela effect, maybe. I think. Maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. Anyway. Oh, boy. 5 years of Michael Burnham crying in corridors. So Discovery's done 5 years.
She is, without a doubt, the worst idea of a Starfleet officer, not even captain, officer, ever. Well, okay, that's a bit unfair. Tilly is pretty bad. Tilly's pretty bad. But no, because she's a high-ranking command officer, and she has no business being in command. She's awful. She's just awful. Dude, you know what's funny, too? It's like, oh, you just don't like it because she's a black woman. It's like, dude, I loved Geordi LaForge's daughter in, what was Geordi LaForge's daughter in season 3 of Picard? I should be able to grab this real quick. Should be Sydney. That's right. Sydney LaForge. I love Sydney LaForge, the pilot on the Titan. She is a great character. She fits in the Star Wars universe. She could have easily had a trajectory of being like a high-ranking officer with a great arc, and she just becomes awesome by the end. Totally. Michael Burnham is an emotional wreck.
It's finished now. It's last episode's over. Bye, Michael. We're gonna see her. We're gonna see her again somewhere, aren't we? They're doing a Star Trek Starfleet Academy series, and characters from this show are gonna pop up in it for sure. So Michael, so we got 5 years of pew 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 in corridors, in between Michael Burnham crying and people being told how amazing they are, just the way they are, and how much they've grown. And just heavy discussion.
Isn't that a fascinating paradox? You've grown so much, and yet at every step of the way, it was, you're fine just the way you are. Dude, I say it all the time. Wokeness is an ideology which exists in a perpetual state of self-contradiction. It doesn't actually have any principles, because it's whatever principle it thinks it has is based on how it feels right now. So if right now we feel like, oh, I need to be affirmed, I need to be told I'm just perfect the way I am, that's what I believe. But then in the next moment, if I need to be told that I've improved and I've become better than I used to be, that's what I believe. It's just nonsense. It's the ideology of people who believe in nonsense.
Of feelings. So that's Star Trek Discovery over. The 5th season apparently was a bit of a MacGuffin hunt. A lot of people said that it was actually better than the previous seasons. High bar there, of course. And said it had a kind of an Indiana Jones type feel. It was tied into a Next Generation episode called The Chase. And the last episode we find out that this guy is actually, and this was really contrived, right? So he's in a room and there's a few like props from the other shows, like supposed to be Cisco's baseball and Geordie's original visor, like why, right? How did he get his hands on that, right? And there's a few other things in there, right? And so we get the impression this guy's a time traveler, whatever. And it turns out he's not just any time traveler. He's Agent Daniels.
God, they rip off everything in Discovery. They go digging into every piece of old Star Trek and they repurpose all of it. It's so maddening. They have no creativity at Kurtzman Trek.
from Star Trek Enterprise, right? And it's so contrived. Like apparently they didn't think the show was ending at the end of the 5th season, so they modified the ending and threw in a few bits and pieces. And I feel like maybe this scene with Burnham and this guy. So it turns out he's actually Agent Daniels. And what he says to her is that his name is Agent Daniels of the USS Enterprise, which is a reference, obviously, to Star Trek Enterprise, only the fact that they got the registration wrong. It's not the USS Enterprise, it's the SS Enterprise. But, it's Discovery and it's modern new Trek. So, like why are we even bothering to hold them to the standard of basic continuity, right? So
also they don't care. They hate Star Trek. They hate Star Trek fans. They hate it. That's why they're here to change it and make it better for a modern audience.
Anyway, 5 years of something called Star Trek that didn't in any way resemble it. Actually, it would have been hilarious if he'd said, yes, my real name is Mr. Fredrickson from Up. Because he looks so much like him. But, the idea that this guy is Agent Daniels from Enterprise, who was originally played on Enterprise by Matt Winston. This guy Kovich doesn't sound like him, doesn't act like him, doesn't look like him. It doesn't work for me. It just feels very tacked on and contrived and ultimately like a cheap gimmick designed to sort of make a kind of a, oh, wow moment for the fans to go, look, it's Daniels from Enterprise. They're just throwing in a cheap reference there that doesn't feel organic or earned. Maybe if they had gotten Matt Winston back to play the role, let's say this Kovich presses a button and a holographic disguise that he's wearing disappears, and and then it's real. It's Daniels and Matt Winston, but no, instead it's like, yeah, I'm Daniels, and I'm like, yeah, sure you are. I'm just not buying it. It just doesn't feel believable. So the final moments of this Discovery episode. The episode is called Life Itself, incidentally. This is the 10th and final episode of the season, and the last episode of the show. And the last few moments are about as nauseating and overly emotional and overly sentimental as you could possibly imagine, as you've come to imagine from this show, I suppose. And there's a lot of hugging and crying.
Oh God, it's it's so much rivers of tears.
It never seemed to be necessary for them to have these massive displays of emotion on the likes of the Next Generation or DS9 or Voyager. Did some characters cry? And yeah, there were tears sometimes, but they never had to go over the top with it, with the melody.
Yeah, I'm reminded of the ending to Star Trek Nemesis, which is generally considered a grim, awful, miserable film. But in any case, the film ends with Data having sacrificed himself to blow up the Scimitar, the bad guy's ship. And there is this scene at the end where they're basically having a little memorial in Picard's quarters for Data. And Riker is telling a story about Data, his friend, his late friend. And they all are very somber. They're all kind of brooding over their glasses of wine. They're all kind of looking down. You can tell some of them are kind of holding back emotion a little bit. The only one who breaks down in tears is Deanna. She kind of, and it's clearly that she's lost her composure because it kind of looks like she wasn't going to cry. And then she kind of just breaks down and she quietly sobs a little bit. And someone kind of I think Riker rubs her shoulder, you know, to comfort her. And it's just an outpouring of emotion. And that's it. One member, and she is the empathic, she is the most emotional member of that crew, right? She is the literal emotional empath. And she breaks down and she cries. Everyone else is kind of just quiet and somber, including Dr. Crusher. So yeah, even in that incredibly emotional moment, the death of a major character, there's none of this ridiculous, nauseating, cloying, it's been such a journey. Makes me sick.
Drama and, with the sentimentality, it never had to become overbearing and just too much, It seems now.
Yeah, and so that's Dave Cullen. Check him out. Great channel. I'll probably watch more of that. On my own as well, because but it looks like he's really doing a deep dive. I don't know if I want to do that deep of a dive right now. But yeah, the thing about it, though, is when professional people have a job to do, and it is a dangerous job, and especially it is a job which requires a chain of command, because if you don't follow a chain of command, things go bad and you get killed. In that kind of environment, people learn to control their emotions because it's a matter of survival. You cannot fall to pieces in a combat situation or a life or death situation or a critical survival. Part of I know this might be a shocking thing to point out. Star Trek is about space travel. I mean, I know. And in space, the idea is that space travel, even in the 24th century, is dangerous. It's dangerous. Things can happen. Ion storms, quantum strings, alien attacks, you never know. Solar flares, who knows? And there's a great episode. I love this episode of Star Trek The Next Generation. It's called Disaster. And it's a very simple premise. The Enterprise is just going along at another day in the life, nothing to see here. And then, bam, the whole ship is on fire. The ship is shaking. All the systems are going down. Hull breaches. What the hell just happened? And it's just a random cosmic phenomena known as I think it's called a cosmic string. And it's basically just a very rare, almost indetectable phenomenon that the ship ran into. And it's basically equivalent to an old wooden ship or a maritime ship running aground on the rocks. It's basically the kind of idea. They just ran into a rock. And the whole episode is about the different members of the crew in the middle of this crisis having to, think quickly and survive. It's brilliant. And so you don't see all these characters crying and going to pieces. And the only characters that do in that episode are these children that Picard is stuck in a lift with. He's stuck with these 3 children because he was in the turbo lift right at the moment it happened. He's giving them a tour of the Enterprise because they won the science fair. So he winds up stuck with them, which, by the way, is a brilliant piece of storytelling because Picard doesn't like children. They kind of annoy him. So he winds up stuck in an elevator with 3 of them, and they're all crying because they're scared, and he doesn't know what to do because he has no parental instincts, which is a great piece of drama for Picard. The point is, space is dangerous. These people in Starfleet do a dangerous job, men and women, and they have to learn to control themselves. And it's like, there's a lot of women in law enforcement, for example. And if you've ever met women in law enforcement, they know how to carry themselves and they know how to handle their emotions because they have to, because it's a dangerous job. And, you know, having a good cry is not the best way to instill confidence in, you know, your subordinates or in your superiors for that matter. It's not a great way of maintaining your own composure. Yeah, there may be a time for emotions. That's when you're off duty. So that's the point. And it's like Star Trek has just for a long time been written by people who do not understand a maritime or military structure. They don't understand chain of command. Acolyte is very similar in this way. You have the Jedi. I have to tell you, I've always had questions about the Jedi Order that lingered from the prequel trilogy about like, well, why and how do they actually select Padawans? Like, is this involuntary? Like, do they just go to planets and abduct children like the Spartan program in Halo? Or, which I doubt, or is it more that like, you know, maybe they find orphans or parents are given a choice to volunteer their youth? That's an interesting question to explore. What does the galaxy think about this? What are the implications of this for the families involved? Like, that's a really interesting question. Funny how the Acolyte does not explore that question at all. Like, at all. It's amazing to me, quite notable, how the Acolyte never has anything interesting to say about the Jedi at all. But more to my point, they don't understand any kind of like chain of command structure. So there are these nonsensical, unnecessary scenes where the Jedi fly out to go and get May, and instead of going to the next planet where May is going so they don't lose her in the chase, they fly all the way back to Coruscant to talk about their feelings around the Jedi Council table, and then fly all the way back to try and get May. It doesn't make any sense. And I love how it's like everything is by committee. You know, they're like, we need to talk about this, Master Soul. We need to have a good strategy discussion. And it's like, no, we don't. Are you in charge or not? Give him an order if you're going to give him an order. You know what I mean? So dumb. Same idiots that wrote Admiral Holdo, right, are writing their idea of like the Jedi and how they work. So what an uninspired series it is. Speaking of an uninspired series, The Boys. I am so done with The Boys. I am done. I am done with this show. It is so freaking boring. Nothing happens in this show. It is just a melodrama about Butcher, and it's really just a melodrama about all the paranoia that leftists have about right-wing people. That's basically what it is. It is an annoying melodrama of their anxieties and misperceptions about right-wing or conservative or frankly just moderate or just frankly sane and normal humans. That's all it is. They don't want to tell a story about corrupt superheroes versus a plucky group of operatives trying to take them out. That's the story I want to see. I want to see the story about a plucky group of operatives trying to take out Homelander. Dude, they literally, this fourth episode of the book, 4 episodes! 4 episodes! And what do we get? We get a bunch of bullshit about Frenchie, who is now gay, kissing his boyfriend. Oh my God. You know, it's not even just, look, it has nothing to do with the fact that it's a gay love story. It's the fact that it is a boring love story. It is not interesting in the slightest bit. They just want to have scene after scene after scene of Frenchie kissing his boyfriend. That's all it is. And I'm like, then they have scene after scene after scene of Huey and Starlight agonizing over their relationship and their misgivings about things. Then we have seen, actually, this time Huey was paired with, I forget her name. She's the one she's the one superpowered one. She's the mute, the mute. Bunch of boring shit there. Then we have Homelander torturing his creators, I should say. And I will say that while in isolation, that's the only interesting part of episode 4 is Homelander torturing his makers. That's what every single episode with Homelander is. It's just Homelander goes and does something odious. They stretch out Homelander doing something mean and nasty over the course of like 5 scenes. When are we going to see the scene where Homelander calls them to arms? Like, this whole season, literally episode 1 should have started with Homelander launches his war to take over the world. That's what it should have been. I almost would have loved to like drop in the middle, like in medias res. Like we drop in on New York City in ruins. It's just like on fire in ruins, a post-apocalyptic hellscape. They tried to resist Homelander's laws, and he lasered half the city and sent out all of his goons, and they just, Actually, do you know a show that does this very well? It's called Invincible. There's an excellent show on the same network, Amazon, Invincible, animated by Robert Kirkman, the original comic book creator of Walking Dead fame. Excellent show. And in it, there is an alternate reality where the good guy, that would be Mark Grayson, who plays Invincible, the titular character Invincible. He's a good guy in his reality, but there's an alternate reality where he joined his evil father and he's a bad guy, an evil Superman, so to speak. And so it's like Superman and the son of Superman turning evil and enslaving the earth. In this alternate reality. And they show how horrific that would be. And it's done brilliantly in the show Invincible. Now, why can't they do that with Homelander? Because this show is not about what it claims to be about. It is just about they hate anyone they can consider a Nazi. That's basically it. If you like the Orange Man, or you voted for Brexit, or you are a Christian, or you are white, you are a vile, you are the scum of the earth, and they hate your guts. That's basically what it's about. It has nothing to do with supervillains or the boys. So there you go. I guess that was my very quick wrap up of why don't even bother with The Boys season 4. Again, my objection to The Boys season, is this 4? Who cares? The latest season. Is not that it is woke, because it is. That's not what I'm objecting to. The problem with it is it's boring. It's boring. So I think we're going to wrap it up, my dear sailors and starnuts. This is the Captain's Cast, live on Swords and Starships, with me, your host, Captain Garrett. Hey, if you enjoyed it, consider putting a like on the video. Consider commenting. If you disagree with me, I want to hear. Well, give me your case. Tell me why the Acolyte is brilliant. I don't think anyone in this crowd's going to be doing that, but hey, I'm open to it. I wish the Shills well. That's not a joke. I mean it. But as for their work, that would be their shillery, I have strong critiques, and will continue to do. But yeah, my objection to The Boys, it's not that it's woke, it's that it's not delivering on the promise of the premise, in just the same way that episode 4 of The Acolyte failed to deliver on the promise of its own premise, because they're lazy and boring. But House of the Dragon is off to a rousing start, 9 out of 10 first episode, and more is on the way. So until next time, my dear sailors and starnauts, I guess this is your captain speaking, saying, I will see you out there among the stars.